Oi. What's going on, bruv? Oh, is that Fiji in there? Oh, Fiji, bruv. What's going on, mate? Greetings, 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 everyone. Hope the mic sounds good. Let me know if you can hear the fans in the background. I am chilling. Yes, the thumbnail is actually good. You know, it's not completely drawn like I normally do it, but I felt that this was fitting. Oh, Virgo! Oh my God, I got many of the boys in here, man. This chapter must have brought out the hate in everyone that they came to me, the king of hate. Needed this live, and no, this is not this is not a downfall video. No, I would not be able to do one of those live and do it well. What's up, cartoon? Did I like Wano? Yeah, dude, that's my favorite art. This is 970 levels of hate from the community. You love to see it. Well, I wouldn't. I would be lying if I'd said that I'm not surprised that this chapter got the backlash that it did. I felt like it wouldn't have if Yamato had joined, but it's like two things happening at once. So even the One Piece defenders, the people that usually defend anything that happens in the story, at least on Twitter, have kind of acknowledged that this chapter has flaws, which kind of lets you know what the reality of the situation is. And I've still seen plenty of people defending what's happened, but we'll get to that in due time. Z Smith says, Dritz, how you doing and feeling right now? I'm feeling great. I kind of have a headache right now because I got it from laughing at Silvers. Not Twitter Silvers, the other Silvers, over something that happened, which I will never let him live down. But I'm also feeling good because I helped a little doggy today, so that was my one good deed of the day, or maybe of the year, depending on how you look at it. Just it was a terrible ending, but please don't destroy the series overall. Oh, real. What? I'm too far. We're too far for that. I've already made 3 videos, bro. Also, there were already 3 donations so far, so I'll address those first. So we got $10 from Mr. Talk About It. So he has 2 comments. He said, as someone who loved the first act, at least the potential of storylines, we all did. I'm so disgusted with how the rest of it played out. Wano was trash. And the second comment says, also got into a long Twitter discussion with Joy Boy about the importance of critique and honesty, and it's genuinely sad to see the mindset he has. Well, that is kind of what led to us falling out, is that exact conversation. It just went to a certain extreme. And I had another $5 from Silvers who said Dritz was right the whole time. No one has said that as much as Silvers has in the past however many years. I made him say that in VC to me. Twice. What's up, Adam? Dritz Sawyer beat you to Wano. Listen, Sawyer may have made a video talking about this chapter and might have expressed his disagreements, but no one will do it as long as me. Am I right? Am I right? Length, girth. Now, the person who's going to beat me to it in terms of like long form will be Morge. Morge is already in working on his video, so his won't be as long as mine. He will get done first. So it'll kind of be like Kobe and Shaq. Morge will talk about it, and then I'll talk about it, and that's going to be like the reckoning. Dritz, thoughts about Kaido and Big Mom basically confirmed dead based on the narrator text bubble? Oh, I'm actually glad you asked that, Alpha, because I have not seen many people talking about it. So if you were to believe everything that the narrator said, one, which is Orochi seems like he's supposed to be dead, but it also said that Big Mom and Kaido died. Now, I don't think that's true because there was the sentence about the Big Mom ship sailing away. If Big Mom's ship sailing away is only there to reference the rest of her crew sailing away to go meet back up with Katakuri, and Katakuri being a Yonko, then we have something real to talk about. If Kaido and Big Mom actually end up dead, it would debatably, it would probably be one of the worst things to have ever happened to a main villain since Kaguya cucking Madara, which takes the cake as number one. But this would be close to it because these guys would have been killed by a volcano. Not confirmed, so we still have to wait. But if that did happen, then my God. This background music is hilarious. Does anyone know what this background music is, by the way? I mean, if you know me, then it kind of helps you a lot, but still. So, Dritz, do you think the newest arc of One Piece will be the worst? Depends on what that arc would be. So, if the next arc is just Elbaf, then I think by nature of Elbaf, I mean, in my opinion, not being a serious arc, just in concept and nature, unless Big Mom is there and gets cucked, even if she was there, it still wouldn't be worse. There's like not enough potential for the arc to be worse, in my opinion. Like it would have to go down in a very, very sad way. But now the final arc, as in the arc to end the story, has the potential to be worse than Wano. I think this would be worse than Kaguya cucking Madara low-key. How, though? Like, it's like ridiculous, but what happened to Madara was unprecedented. Do I think Wano is the worst arc? Easily. I think that there's no debates. Wano is like... if you want to talk about from a writing perspective, there's no debate that Wano is the worst arc. It may not be your least favorite. There's maybe some arcs that you didn't like as much as a couple highs from Wano if you thought there were highs. But in terms of overall arc, yeah, easily the worst. Z Smith says, every time I see Zodek, is that you? Zodek, is that you, Z Smith? Zodek Smith? It says, Dritz, I know that you really dislike Yamato, you're right, but what do you think about Yamato's strength? Is it justified in your opinion? This has to be Zodek. What I think about Yamato's strength? She's really strong. Is it justified? Yes. I don't think there's really any debates on the justification of her strength, man. Oda in the chat. Oh, did Oda finally show up again? Did the Oda account come back? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, no. Where's Oda? Dritz, endings can easily destroy an arc or a story. This is true. And my God, this ending was terrible. Yes, it's actually very understated, which is one of the reasons why the Fourth Great Ninja War will forever live in infamy in terms of anime and manga, is because the ending of a story or an arc heavily affects everything that came before it. So if you end a story really bad, it can have a horrible effect on everything that came before it. But in a sense, Wano is the ending of an arc, and also the ending of, like, a mini-story. Because Wano is the ending of 10 years, 15 plus, depending on if you want to count foreshadowing, of build-up. It is essentially the end of the time skip before you get into the final saga. So its importance can't be understated. Dritz, those rumors of Oda rushing Wano because he wanted the arc to end coinciding with Film Red seem true. Oda threw away a 10-year build-up to chase the Demon Slayer bag. Crazy times we live in. Well, to a certain extent, this is true because Oda changed the ending, like the epilogue, to tie in with Film Red. But it's hard to say as to whether or not, if they had talks like at the beginning of the raid, for the executives to be like, "Hey Oda, make sure this aligns with the release of Film Red," and he said, "Okay." I think this might have been something that, as Film Red's release date was decided, that they said, "Hey Oda, could you get the arc done by this point in time?" And he said, "Yeah." So I wouldn't go the full way to say that everything exactly coincided with Film Red, like the rooftop battle and stuff like that. Oh, 9 quid from Fiji saying Wano clears Golden Age, by the way. Fiji, you realize that you saying this puts Vagabond at risk for me not reading it, right? I hope you know that. I had $2 from us to talk about it, saying One Piece YouTubers coping with the highs of Wano. See, I'll actually have to talk about this during the Wano video about the relevance, like the importance, and then the overselling of the highs versus the low argument. But that is something that people will die on. $2 from Iggy saying, "How long till fans forget about the side boob girl?" I don't think this is going to be something that people forget about. Now, obviously, you guys knew I made a video. It's no longer on the channel, but I made a video talking about how Yamato wasn't going to join the crew, and you guys know that I absolutely hate Yamato, one of my least favorite characters in the story. But a majority of the world, a majority of the casual fan base loved Yamato and wanted Yamato to join the crew. Yamato even got a bronze statue like all of the other Straw Hats did in Japan. Oda's hometown, their newspaper even put out an article saying that Yamato is confirmed like a Straw Hat. And then Yamato wasn't a Straw Hat, and it was done in one of the worst writing methods possible. This is something that won't be lived down even by the casual fan base. Like, this is one of those few times where you're going to see this probably stick for a long period of time. Now, the Hypercopian fans may just say, like, "Oh, well, whatever, just gotta move on." But when people think back on Wano and what their feelings are, this will definitely stick in there for a lot of people. Dritz, do you think the 4th Ninja War is better than Wano? I don't know. I'd probably have to go and reread it because one of the things I always say when people ask me, like, which arc is this, which character is better than this, which blah, 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 is that sometimes the answers for these, I have not read the story in a long period of time. The last time that I read Naruto was the weekly process of it ending, so I don't remember all of the details of that arc. It's been, Jesus, like a decade or around there. So I can't confidently say which one I think is actually better or worse, the Ninja War or Naruto. I would say that despite me thinking that the Fourth Great Ninja War is one of the worst arcs of all time, that it did have a moment with Itachi that does make me cry or tear up every single time I watch it, which is his goodbye to Sasuke. It's at least got that. Carrot is better written than Yamato? Okay. Is she? Is Carrot written better than Yamato? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Carrot has been so hoed. Like, if you guys watch the Whole Cake Island video, when I talk about the entire Carrot section, look at what it's going to amount to. Carrot may still join the crew, but look at the road of shit along the way. Is Carrot written better? I'm not so sure about that. Let's see. Adam says, I agree, Wano is over. Well, you agree? Well, thank you. And he says, and guess what? I still feel like I was robbed mentally for reading this weekly. I have never felt this pain since I read the boat arc for Berserk when it came out. Fair. Fair. Oh my god, I actually do. This is how you know that this chapter got people flustered. Generally speaking, for the past several times that I've streamed, I haven't like had a ridiculous amount of views, but now there's like over 300 just to hear me talk about the chapter. This is what hate does to people. JK Network says, Dritz, even if Yamato joined, she didn't do enough in the arc. Compared to the past shot candidates like Vivi and Bon Clay, I mean, I don't know if I would consider Bon Clay like a candidate, but she barely did anything. She didn't even stop the explosion Law and Kid did. Oh no, Yamato was absolutely abysmal in this arc. Lady Hero says, Dritz, I don't want to give Oda a pass whatsoever, but do you think the community building up this arc and editors talking about it ended up corrupting the arc's reputation in the long run? Well, it would be a lie to say that obviously community discussion won't have an effect on how people feel about something because, you know, that's what the community is supposed to be there for. That's what it does. But it's also true that Oda himself hyped up this arc, and Oda and the editors both, they implored people. Now, people need to remember this. Oda and the editors implored people to, if they wanted to read One Piece, that it was okay for them to skip literally everything that had happened until the beginning of Wano just to read Wano. That's how much they wanted people to be exposed to this arc, right? You have to lay blame at the hands of other people, even if it's just a marketing campaign. Oda himself has talked a lot about Wano, so it's sort of the combination of multiple factors. But let's not also pretend that the story also sets expectations. You should, as a reader, have had expectations of this arc already going into it. It is the culmination of a lot of time. Obviously, wouldn't have been the same if you were completely blind out of the community and didn't know anything about the story. It wouldn't be as bad. But it's not as if it isn't there. Do you think Oda was trying to pull a Vivi with Yamato? I don't know. It would be the correct answer for me. There are signs you could point to that, you know, what happened with Vivi and Yamato is similar. And there are very obvious similarities. We don't really have to point them out. But was he attempting to get the same emotion, the same feeling as when Vivi left? I don't know. If he was, then I think that in of itself says a lot to how much Oda's changed over the years. One of the weird things about Yamato, and we all talked about this when it came to the Nakama discussions, is that Yamato didn't show up until partway through the raid, which is a significantly large portion of the story of Wano that she didn't get introduced into. So there was the question of, well, why was she introduced so late? We still don't know because Yamato does not have a character. Thoughts on Vivi joining soon by the way of Kuma? I can see it happening. I mean, they obviously need to reunite at some point in time. So, by the way of Kuma, I can see that happening. All right, I got a couple more donations. Also, I'll talk about what happened in this chapter, guys, in a bit. Just going to warm up with some of the questions first, and then we'll go in and talk about it, because there is a lot to talk about when it comes to the community and the interpretation and coping of what happened in the chapter. Jason Matthews, $5, said, I'm happy Yamato's not joining, but why do people still care about Carrot? She was absolutely irrelevant all throughout Wano. Well, this is kind of, well, there's a couple reasons people quote-unquote care about Carrot. There are people who legitimately have been on the Carrot bandwagon since Whole Cake Island. If you weren't around then for the community week-to-week discussion, there was a huge Carrot for Nakama portion, a small Caesar for Nakama portion, which Oda himself had to knock down in an SBS. And, you know, people wanted to see the end line for what they thought Carrot could be. So those people care. I would say more people now are pro-Carrot because they're anti-Yamato. They want Yamato fans to suffer more than anything else, so they don't care if Carrot joins the crew. They want it to happen so that things are worse, essentially. So it's pain and suffering. And then there are people in between who just, you know, they just want a new crewmate. $10 from Firefist Ace. Wano is the worst arc in One Piece. Kaido was wasted. The only thing he lived up to was how stupid strong he was. Well, the funny thing about Kaido living up to how stupid strong he was is the fact that whenever Kaido was first introduced, and for people who don't remember this, when Kaido was first introduced, that's all we wanted from him. The community was just talking about, we just want Kaido to be that dumb, strong guy. That's it. And Oda attempted to give him character depth and then didn't do anything with it, which is kind of where things ended up going awry as far as Kaido goes. That went down into the dumpster. You know, small, big, medium. Dritz, what do you think of Toei using auras in the animated version of the duel between Luffy and Kaido? Listen, every now and again is whatever for like super impact moments. I obviously, and I think most people should disagree with the directing choice. There's like a certain thing where it's like, it's obviously there to appeal to the broader non-One Piece fans, to try and lure people in by making them see that One Piece is something that it's not, which is the type of animation that got popular as a result of My Hero and then Demon Slayer. And that's kind of where things really go to, which is animation being deemed good by having certain aspects of it, which I heavily disagree with from a creative standpoint. Now, the auras go crazy when they're always included in different colors and blah, 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 and it doesn't really have continuity with the rest of the story. So, yeah, I mean, as a purist, I don't particularly like it. There are certain liberties you can have that I won't complain about a whole lot, but that's just going too far. Tittle TTs with $5 says, if only one of the Big Mom Pirates was going to be relevant in this arc, it should have been Smoothie the Swordswoman. Now her time has completely passed. Well, Parasparrow should still have been relevant in this arc, to be honest, because of the Carrot stuff. But Smoothie also, yes, should have been relevant. Yeah, what's up, Wing? JK says, Dritz, enjoyed your Whole Cake video. I disagreed on some of your points on Katakuri, but other than that, I enjoyed your perspective. I appreciate that, man. Arcane Space .12 says, Dritz, prediction, One Piece will be heavily hated by the end of the series. Ooh. I'm gonna disagree. I don't. That's. There are only a couple of times where that's ever happened, and it has never happened in a manga. Even in Naruto, when the Fourth Great Ninja War happened and ended, like it's probably the most openly criticized arc that isn't like the ending of Bleach. Although Bleach isn't talked about because it wasn't nearly as popular for various reasons, but Naruto was. And even the hardcore Naruto fans, they all love the Fourth Great Ninja War. Like, to them, it's great. So there have been almost no instances of a fandom completely turning on a series. I think the only one that would maybe be in recent memories would be like the Promised Neverlands or like Seven Deadly Sins, but I'm not even in those communities. I'm just from the outside. It's like it would have to be like Game of Thrones level for the entire community, the entire fandom to switch up on it, and very few things get as bad as that. But once again, that's not anime and manga. I think anime and manga fans, for various reasons, allow a lot more things to slide than what other fandoms of other stories may do. And One Piece is the biggest fandom out of all anime and manga. Oh, Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan's a good one too. Yeah. Although even I've seen a bunch of people defend Attack on Titan as well, so that I don't even know if that would be the same mix-up. It's close though. Yeah. Memento Despair says, Dritz, my honest opinion of Wano is that it's a 5 out of 10. Everything was underwhelming to me. I had hype moments, but I'm just expecting more in every possible way, and it delivered on nothing. Those are fair and true opinions. Ruby, oh, okay, yeah, yeah, lady, yeah, Ruby would be a good example. Even the Ruby fan base hates Ruby. Dritz, do you think that the massive hype about Shanks is so big that there will be no payoff good enough? In my opinion, no. I actually, if there's one thing that left in the story that I think Oda realistically might deliver on, it'll be Shanks, because it seems like, as of right now, it's kind of hard to tell with Shanks. It can go in one of two directions. Either Shanks gets the god treatment unlike no other character in the entire story because that's how much Oda likes Shanks, or Shanks is getting all of this stuff now so that whenever he gets fucked, like Oda thinks it comes off better. It's one of the two. $5 for my man Board Beck. He says, if there's anyone that should have joined and fit right in, it's Tashiki. Her character could have been blown wide open and exported and transitioned into Wano. As far as her joining the crew, I mean, you could obviously write a line where that's possible, but I don't know if it's the case of she should have joined. Should have joined. Personally, for me, I honestly prefer it for characters like her and Smoker to like not be Nakama, to be in their own faction, but to represent the people that grew and developed because of their experiences with Luffy. Jason Matthews says, Dritz, do you have any hope for Mihawk? The honest answer, no. I don't really have hope for many things in the story, guys. I'm at the point in time where Oda's got to prove it to me. Like, Oda has to show me. I'm not going to be like, oh, well, Oda would never do this. I've been saying that for the past, like, 6 years, and Oda's proved me wrong 6 years in a row. So I can no longer go with the argument of like, oh, I have hope for this character. Oda will do him right. I have hope for Akainu. Like these guys are already kind of down bad. Like, I have no hope for Dragon. A lot of the legacy characters are kind of, down the drain. No, I don't have any hope. Not at all. Let's refer to Yamato as that random Wano citizen, says Ivan, back from the card shop. Have I found people to help me with Wano? Yes. One of my boys hit me up who's going to do the note-taking for the arc, so I did get some help. No hope for God Usopp? Bro, how do you still have hope for Usopp? I don't even know, man. Like, Is Elbaf going to be so magnificent, so amazing that it completely like? I'll tell you something, guys. Look at what's happened, and we can disagree on Sanji and Whole Cake Island. You guys know that I think Sanji got absolutely shit on in his own arc. Look at Zoro and Wano, which was probably the only point in time outside of him fighting Mihawk for the entirety of the rest of the series that Zoro could have ever been involved in anything that could have developed and expanded his character more, outside of Tashigi, which Oda kind of already fucked. Some of the most important, and Nami got fucked, has been fucked numerous times. Look at how many characters have been getting the work in. What? How? If Oda wasn't gonna, like, Zoro, let's just talk about Zoro. If Oda wasn't going to give Zoro his, like, favorite Straw Hat. Oda even said, don't speak ill on Zoro. Zoro got like 100 L's in this arc. If he couldn't do Zoro, how is he going to do Usopp? It would be ridiculous. If anything, if Oda got Usopp right, but didn't get the other characters right, I'm just gonna be confused. KG says, I have hope for Akainu because Oda said he will cherish Akainu after his actor died at Dritz. So, speaking about Akainu. So, listen. Akainu is in a weird position. There's one thing I really, really, really dislike about Akainu that Oda does, which is relative to the Marines in general. But it's just that Akainu doesn't do anything. He just says stuff. He's Jonas Jameson from Spider-Man. Like, something happens, he'll see in the newspaper, and he'll be like, fuck you, Spider-Man. I want just done by the book. Fuck. And he just sweats, and he just complains in his newspaper, and he's just, Son Fujitora, I'll do something, and then nothing happens. I moved Marineford into New Marineford, and we do absolutely nothing. What impact is Akainu's regime having on the pirate era? What does he do? Nothing. He is stuck in his office doing Hokage paperwork and just sweating until Oda will allow him to do anything in the story. And Akainu had like that line two chapters ago where it's like, oh my god, the admirals suck. Oh, and he's like, don't make excuses for the admirals. They'll redeem themselves. Oh man, I sure got put into a fleet admiral position in one hell of an era. We're gonna strike back on every front. And we know you're not going to. Like, what's Akainu gonna do? Like, Akainu would have to be dropping 50 points a game. Like, hopefully, I know Oda actually really, really likes Akainu, but he needs to do something. Like, come on, guys. Like, Akainu needs to start hooping. For there to, like, Akainu is the sole... The Marines are so down bad that Akainu is the last hope of the Marines. Like, and will he live up to it? We can't go to Land of Samurai because it's not part of the world government, and the samurai are so crazy that I can't send Kizaru to go in between two Yonko. Oh, sick! Great plot reason, dude. I don't know about that. $5 from JP Legend. Oh, no, what is that? Is that 5 rubles? Been with the series for almost 20 years. Holy shit. My god. That is a very, very long time. This last chapter has to be there with the worst I've seen. The last 2 arcs probably the worst in the series. 20 years. That might be... There might be one person that I know that's been with the series longer than 20 years. That is an exceedingly long time. Holy god. Julius O says, Hydra, it's new here. Watch it from the beginning. But if you see this, do you think Zoro's dream is legit if he only beats number 2s from now on to the EOS? No. Zoro's dream, like, I kind of explained it in part 1 of the downfall of One Piece. But Zoro's dream has been, like, shattered for a while now. Even if Oda starts throwing... I mean, it should have been a Wano to start things off, but even if Oda starts throwing swordsmen at Zoro, it's not enough to make the dream good. Swordsmanship in One Piece is ruined for the entire story. Zoro's dream is a joke. All Oda can do is, like, make the ending of it satisfying enough. But the journey to get to that point has been nothing but a joke. Admiral Akainu better than Fleet Admiral Akainu? Well, Akainu in Marineford was fucking goated. Say what you want, but man, Akainu, he was that guy. Bro, when Akainu, like, after the war, went and just, like, he was so about the action. He went and chased Blackbeard's entire crew after Blackbeard had just gotten Whitebeard's devil fruit. And just him alone on that ship was enough to make Blackbeard shit his pants and run away. Like, Akainu was... And then he fought Aokiji. It's like, oh. And now he's just in his office smoking cigars. $2 from Mr. Taka says, Oda gonna blue ball even after One Piece ends. Yeah, probably. Dritz, I only think half the Strauss are going to achieve their dreams being streamlined. Half of them will be epilogue-ish and be a slideshow. That's possible, but here's one of the big things that will... I could probably see this be... Like, if there's going to be a last straw for the fandom, then this would surely be the last straw, which is how good is the writing and how satisfying will it be when all of the Straw Hats not named Luffy accomplish their dreams? Like, how cool is finding the All Blue going to be? You know, Chopper, Chopper. You know, all of the Straw Hats. Like, how cool is their dreams achieving going to be? If Oda fucks that up, then that may be the turning point in the series for the fandom. But I think it's going to be scuffed, but just enjoyable enough for the community to stand it. Krollo says, Dritz, do you have a problem with Oda not showing us Akainu versus Aokiji, or do you think it was justified because it would show us their full capabilities too early? This is actually a good question because this is something that I tend to disagree with the community about. If you've been around the community for a long time, then if you get into like critical discussions or what people would have liked to have seen and stuff like that, Aokiji versus Akainu is one of the things people say this shouldn't have been off-screened. I don't agree with that. I am totally fine with this being off-screened in nature. Like, you didn't need to actually show it. I was fine as a fan getting the hype having Aokiji and Akainu do that. Now, if these characters do nothing and that's the only thing to their name, then obviously this was a mistake. But my biggest fear with the Akainu and Aokiji stuff is that, and if you were in the last stream, I talked about this, I'm afraid that Oda is going to completely ruin that in retrospect by attempting to give it what Oda considers depth, which is we will learn somewhere down the road that Akainu never beat Aokiji, that they agreed to some bullshit for Sword. That's why Aokiji like left the Marines and stuff like that. Akainu will have been robbed of his full victory for quote-unquote depth, and it will completely ruin that entire moment the admirals, Akainu, and by extension, kind of Aokiji as well, by making his decision like not completely related to the defeat. That is my greatest fear when it comes to stuff like that. When Oda off-screen stuff, at this point in time, I only have to assume that everything is a lie. Because Oda is under this, he's obsessed. He's obsessed with everything being a lie, nothing hype being true. And you can kind of see this starting and then being exaggerated by the news queue, which is like a commentary on real life. But I think Oda kind of forgets that having some things be true is what makes the concept good in the first place. Panda Man Kush says, Dritz, what are the backstory, lore, and secrets you're waiting on to come to light? I gotta be honest with you guys. When it comes to the lore of One Piece, I don't care anymore. I was never a huge lore guy. It's something that I kind of, I was interested in seeing how it was going to be handled. But my lore in a story can only be supplemented if I actually care about the story. Like what the characters are doing. Oda has completely turned me off of every single main character in the story. And if I don't care about the main characters, then I'm not really going to care about the elements surrounding them at this point in time. Especially when they're as vague as they are. So as far as like the lore and the secrets of One Piece, like I don't care about what the One Piece is. I don't care about the Void Century. Whatever happened, cool. Like I'm not like, rubbing my hands like this is the final thing I need to know about One Piece before X happens. It's like I'm not stressed about it. It's not really bothering me. I'm no longer emotionally attached to these concepts because the story has just fallen too far for me to be entertained by what the answers to these could be. Do I think Chopper will play Sengoku's GOAT at the end? Sengoku can't downgrade, man. Come on, let him have the GOAT. Dritz, I don't understand how you can have a military group in the story like the Marines and yet it feels like they don't accomplish anything on their own. Well, here's the thing. I can understand it. I just don't agree with it. I think it's sort of one of the issues of having the world like Oda has it. So, one of the reasons why I can understand it, it's not a good reason, but it is the writing reason that I think probably controls it, which is it's like when we talk about like why didn't if the Yonko were able to be the Yonko, then the story would end. And it's the same thing with the Marines. If the Marines could just willy-nilly send their forces after anything to like really get the job done, then the story would be over because there's no satisfying answer to defend against it. Like, oh, why don't the Marines just send all 3 admirals and their entire Marine force to go destroy this enemy if they really want them destroyed? Which is like, yeah, well, they would succeed, and then that aspect of the story would be gone, which is an issue. So, like, how do you write around that? And this is probably something that people wouldn't really complain about if just the Marines were handled in a satisfying manner. Wing, I saw you, Wing. Just I can live with it if the agreement was that whoever loses does the mission for sword. I'm cool with there being depth with the Aokiji and Akainu stuff under the assumption that the victory was legitimate. But legitimate victories are not something I have a whole lot of faith of in One Piece because they very rarely happen. Dritz, what is your biggest fear to happen in One Piece? Well, it's already happened, which was the Straw Hats not mattering and being ruined. So that's my biggest fear. The second biggest fear would probably be Mihawk being ruined and the Marines being completely frauded for the rest of the story. Dritz, Sphinx Island is going to be crazy. You know, I'm not ready. Oh, shit. Sphinx Island? Damn. Dritz, do I think the Yamato gender debate on Twitter was more toxic overall than ZKK and power scaling debates in general? More toxic. I still don't think it was more toxic than ZKK. I think ZKK, the message appealed to a lot more degenerate people. So you would have guys going around making like Zoro Dick Rider 123 accounts on Twitter, and as soon as they see a post of anything related to power scaling or like what could be like a slight towards the ZKK agenda of Zoro or how strong Zoro was, they would just be in there like calling you slurs and stuff. I think that's pretty powerful. Like they had an entire army. Let's see. The New World equal NBA bubble. The Shield says, do you think Smoker will ever be relevant again, or will Fuji keep outshining him? Smoker will show up in the story again just because everyone will by the end of the story, but Smoker and relevance is something that needs to be hotly debated on what that actually means. Because Smoker as a character has essentially been changed, right? Like I talked about it in Dressrosa, where in my opinion, the entire purpose for Smoker being a Marine was robbed by Fujitora. And Smoker has not been in the story consistently like he was during the pre-time skip, where he showed up at multiple intervals as like the Marine presence in the arc to counteract Luffy and to like learn about what's really going on. Now, when you think about it, Smoker will have been in Punk Hazard, got frauded, essentially, and then been out of the story until literally the story's end. So there's not really a good narrative or satisfying feeling to Smoker, especially if he comes back from. I'm gonna tell you right now, guys. This is my thing. If Smoker coming back in the story and being relevant again, strength-wise, is only due to getting some stupid buff from like Vegapunk or SSG, I'm completely out of the character. I know, like I'm done. I'm officially done. That is like. For me, that's the equivalent of like what Sanji fans, why they were so aggressively against the raid suit. Like, if I need my character to essentially suck so bad that he needs steroids to be relevant, I'm out. I'm not entertained anymore. Especially because that's not how the character was. Who's my favorite Straw Hat? Well, I mean, it's changed a lot as they've gone down the tier list. Right now? Jeez. Do I have one? Let me think. Yeah, I don't think I really have a favorite right now. I'm kind of black-pilled on all of the Straw Hats. There are some that I don't mind, but it's not like I particularly like them. $5 from Ivan again. It says, I think Chopper's final fight is going to be against Doc Q's horse instead of the guy himself, just because it'd be a funny gag. Oh my. I could see the horse being a part of the fight against Chopper as part of the gag, but I still think he'd fight Doc Q. Well, guys, we have to take into account, we're talking about current favorite Straw Hat. We're not talking about how I felt about them. Like, I obviously have my favorites, which are very, very obvious. But how do I feel about them now? Yeah, they're near the bottom because of how badly I think they've been done. Jinbei, I don't really like Jinbei. Like, I don't have anything against Jinbei, but I'm just not particular. I don't really care about his character that much. I have to say. Like, Jinbei for me is, like, slightly above Frankie, Brook, and Brook in terms of, like, during the Water 7 arc, I thought Frankie was okay. When Frankie joined the crew, I wasn't really that excited. I was like, oh, okay, well, okay, we got Frankie now. Whatever. Brook, I was more satisfied for because I think Brook has a better story in Thriller Bark. But Brook as a character, if you've watched the last video, you know I don't really consider him that much of a character. So my expectations for Brook are pretty low. I don't really like him a whole lot, and I don't hold that against his character. Jinbei is slightly above that. Where, like, Jinbei's alright, but I'm not really in love with his character. I don't think there's really anything there for me to be excited about when it comes to Jinbei. And also, when it comes to, like, moments he's given me, he's basically given me the stuff with Luffy, which is kind of more like a Luffy moment for me. Jinbei's alright. Like I said, I had nothing against him, he's just alright. Who's your most hated Straw Hat, then? Come on. Did you watch the last video? It is Sanji. My least favorite character in any story ever. Damn, Nami fell off that hard, huh? Yeah. If you guys have been on the channel for a long time, you know that my favorite Straw Hats were Luffy and Nami. Those were my favorites. And now I don't like either of them. Nami will always be like, you know, I'll always have love for Nami, but she is so ass in the story. I heard JD Legend be twerking. You should, guys, you were not at Dallas, but he's got it. Let me just tell you that. I'm not going to go into details, but Jay's got it. Whatever you heard him say, that's a lie. He's got that thing. Do you think that One Piece 2 decades length is justified, or Oda overextended his story? I mean, like, the length isn't really an issue. Oda could have made things a lot shorter, or had gotten, or more importantly, could have gotten to a lot more stuff if he just streamlined the way that he writes. But the length itself isn't an issue in my eyes. Let's see. Dritz, how big of a Yu-Gi-Oh fan are you? Who's your favorite character? Well, if you follow me on Twitter, link in the description below, I got back from a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament yesterday. I took second place. So I'm not a winner. But I did get packs, though. I did win packs. What is that thumbnail? You don't like it? Dritz, how did you cope with Jiraiya's perverted side since you hate that character trait so much? Yes, this is a good question. I've answered this before. But as you guys know, one of my least favorite tropes or character traits in stories is perverted characters for the sake of perverted characters, just to insert that into the story many times for fan service purposes. I don't like it when perverted characters perverted towards characters that don't like them and stuff like that. It really puts me off to the story. I hate that character trait. Jiraiya, I was able to cope with because I got way more out of Jiraiya in the long run, and his perverted side kind of went to the background as his actual character came to the forefront. So it led to good stuff, and so I liked it, essentially. Dritz, do you think there is a problem with Shonen Jump in the execution of time skips where the writing falls off? Obviously, this happens in TV shows and movies, etc., but Shonen Jump seems like a pattern. See, like, I would agree that there are issues with time skips because we've seen it so pervasive throughout stories, but it's hard to say if that's correlated to just Shonen Jump, like it's a company issue, in a sense. We don't really know what goes on behind the scenes, but I imagine the author has more power than the editors in that scenario. I'm guessing you hate Moroku a lot too. Well, I wouldn't say I hate Moroku, but he was definitely low on the totem pole for Inuyasha characters. What made me like Moroku slightly more, which is why I alluded to, is that a lot of his perverted stuff happened as a result of like him and Sangha, which is the character that was like shipped with him. But overall, no. Wasn't a big Moroku fan either. You don't like Luffy? Why don't you like Luffy anymore? This will be a topic that I will go to in depth in the next, well, it depends on how many videos I make, but I will go in depth on why I no longer like Luffy in the Wano section. Cross, that is definitely not happening. Dritz, I missed the Akainu talk, but does it bother you that Oda barely does anything with his potential dynamic with Luffy? He killed his brother, but Luffy doesn't think about him outside of once. Well, the one time that Luffy did think about Akainu, I thought there was a lot of potential in that. When Luffy has like PTSD, like physical reactions to hearing about Akainu, I think, okay, that could really go somewhere. That's got some cool shit going on. But, you know, Akainu and Luffy probably could have met, like, once by now. Or, like, you know, there could be more going on. But Oda could technically deliver on that later. The bigger issue is just about the Marines in general and the lack of action and agency in the story. Akainu and Luffy could be great, though. $5 from Jake Jones says, been loving your videos. What is your new favorite New World arc these days? Favorite New World arc. As I said, my favorite arc, as a consequence of how the other arcs have gone in the New World, is Dressrosa. Yo, shout out to Oda in the chat. How's Link not an issue? Hold on. Look, I feel like this is like... I'm catching up to the chats. I'm far behind. But guys, if you had gotten 1,058 chapters, right? So let's say like we got 1,058 chapters. The pre-time skip was really, really long. But it felt good because you got a fair amount of quality during that portion of time. It's all about the quality. So the length doesn't always matter. Sometimes it can. But if it's a great time... then, if anything, length is more of a benefit because you get to enjoy it longer and establish a greater emotional bond to the material. That's kind of what, like, One Piece, like, the community has sort of boiled down to with the criticism versus anti-criticism that's been going on, which is the attachment you have to the story and the length you've had it. Quality is the real issue. Length isn't always a non-factor, but normally it's not like the number one reason why, like, you know, you talk about it. What deck did I run? I ran Mermails. High rarity Mermails that includes, in the extra deck, 2 Sprite cards so that I can go into the Toad Negates. Went 3-1 and lost in the final round pretty quickly because I drew buns. Just had seen the White Knight, baby. Just, I know you said that you like the Sanji and Zeph relationship, but how do you feel about the fact that Zeph beat the no-hitting women philosophy into Sanji? I mean, it's fine. I've always said this, like, the fact that it existed isn't necessarily the biggest issue to me. It's what's happened with it in the story is where I kind of draw the line. Which you guys know, whenever as I've talked about my issues with the stuff in Water 7 with Sanji, which is different from what other people have had issues with. Dritz, I hate how Nami's fight with Ulti was praised as a W because Nami showed loyalty. Oh, Jesus Christ, the bar. I hate how people stand that scene. The Nami stuff, oh, I'm going to talk about it so much. I fucking hate that scene. But I'm going to finish the comment. Meanwhile, Usopp is saying to Nami, it's okay to be a coward. Like I said, that is the biggest issue with Usopp, is that, like, sometimes it's okay for your characters to regress because it can lead to a stronger finish when they eventually overcome it. But you do it too much, and you will completely ruin the character for a lot of people. And if you look around, when people talk about Usopp, what's their main issue with him, outside of him not doing stuff? It's like the regression of his character. They're getting tired of it. And a lot of that has to do with the entire nature of the post-time skip. You know, what does the time skip mean? Self-improvement says, at Dritz, how do you respond when people dismiss your criticisms with headcanon? I mean, whenever people say that, it's a non-serious comment to me. That is, that's what you should call, like, the fodder comments. Like, you know, when people say, like, bruh, the video's long. LOL, emoji, emoji, emoji. It's like, okay, I mean, the best thing to do is just ignore it because that person just wasted their time. Right, that's what idiots say, so you just ignore it. Depending on the person. Like, I'm just talking about, like, the casuals in a sense. Memento, I promised Laz I would read Eden Zero one day, so that will happen. Alright, so since this is what people came for, let's I actually kind of got sidetracked. I forgot about it, to be honest. Let's talk about the chapter. Right after this commercial break, I need to go take a piss. Okay. I have returned from the piss taking. Let me put on a different OST. Oh, I should put on this because this will be appropriate. Oh, that's not it. How long have you heard this? All right. So let's talk about the chapter. So obviously, since the spoilers came out, the scans, and then the official, this chapter has gotten a lot of flack. To the point where even Oda gobblers are admitting that this is bad. But the purists for the community have come out and said that it's actually great. So let's go through everything. The explanations for why what happened in this chapter is in fact good don't really make any sense. And it relies on basically two sections, which is the fact that people who are dissenters don't have basic reading comprehension, and the translations of some random Japanese Redditor who has a positive opinion on the take, and I guess Arter on Twitter, even though Ohara didn't have the same opinion. Curious. So, did you guys know that the Kurozumi Born to Burn is a parallel to Odin? Did you know? I know, it's crazy, right? I don't know if anyone remembers anything about Odin, but it's obviously a parallel to that scene, and it's her getting her revenge back. Well, I didn't know that. Apparently, it had to be pointed out to me by Twitter that this was the story. That the intent of the story is supposed to be that this is a good scene, and that it has nothing to do with any of the other messages people were complaining about. Okay. Yes. We all know this. It's not a surprise to anyone. Good intentions don't make things not bad. Like, if all it took was for something to have a good intention, then nothing could really be considered bad by anyone, because, oh, well, the story, it was supposed to be good. It was supposed to be good. Like, do you think that the final arc of Naruto, like how Bleach ended, how anything that's ever gone bad, like, do you think the people in charge that were making that, when they were talking about, thought, what's the worst way we could possibly do this so we could fuck it up? That doesn't happen. Check DMs. Glam, I'm in the middle of a talk right here, and you're saying check DMs. Well, this could have waited, Glam. You just ruined my entire flow, Glam. Yo, disappointed. So I just said the intention stuff. So we'll go back to that in a second, but let's talk about what people have been using to defend this chapter, which is the translations of a Japanese Redditor talking about what the meaning of the chapter is. Yeah, Glam, you suck. Like, that was not even worth... That was not worth interrupting for. Boo Glam in the chat. That's lamb. That is 100 L's lamb. It was not worth interrupting. So, let's go back to the Japanese guy. Did you guys also know that there are other Japanese people talking about how bad this chapter was, and how it's not just a simple, silly Westerner, non-full weeb opinion that things in this chapter are a bit scuffed? Wow, isn't that convenient? It's not like, oh, using one thing justifies everything else. So it doesn't really matter what the translation is. Like, when you break things down, a lot of what happened in the chapter comes off bad because the way that it was executed is bad. Like, how often have I talked about how the idea of something can often be trumped by how good it's done? What's the execution? So the execution of what happened is very bad. And we'll talk about why. So, if you guys go, and I'll bring up the chapter for myself. I can't show it on stream because every time I show this on stream, a Viz actually strikes me. It happened to my backup channel, so I can't actually show the panels on stream, unfortunately. So for some reason, they care about the actual stream. So I'll pull up the chapter, and we'll say one thing, and then we'll go into the meaning. So another thing people say is that, well, it's a pun, right? Oh, Kurazumi, right? The name translates to charcoal, so it's a pun on burnt to burn. Like, oh, wow, yes. We know this. Just because it's intended to be a pun doesn't mean that it's in good nature or good taste in the way that it's executed. It's not exactly the same as the Odin stuff for obvious reasons. Like, everyone's pointed this out. Kurazumi is a last name, right? So it's a clan name. Odin was the dude's name. So that applied to just Odin. Whenever you say Kurazumi, it's the entire clan. But here's the most important thing. When we look at the propaganda, like the stage play, where people are using the propaganda to talk to all the Wano people, what is Hiyori responding to? Like, go back to the context of the scene. When Hiyori is saying the Kurazumi was born to burn, it's in response to Orochi saying, the wrath of the Kurazumi clan will curse this country unto its last generation. And then Hiyori responds by saying that the Kurazumi was born to burn. So the response isn't to just Orochi, because Orochi was talking about the clan, not just himself. So there's intent there, and then kind of what the overall context behind this was. And the main issue behind all of this, what people are kind of avoiding talking about, is the fact that the entire Kurazumi subplot, what it means for Wano, has not been handled by the story to any degree. It was acknowledged essentially by Odin, which is part of the reason why he apologized by his twerking in the streets, is that it's acknowledged by what happened to the Kurazumi is awful, right? It started a cycle of hatred. Nothing that Hiyori, Momonosuke, or anyone has done in this arc with Kanjuro, / Tama, or / any of the Kurazumi has done anything to resolve this plotline, to then move into the future as to, like, you know, what were the wrongs for the Kurazumi and how do we be better. The Wano as a nation has a history of bigotry. What do they do to Kawamatsu? Remember how, like, they attacked Kawamatsu's mother and stuff like that because she was like a fish lady? How many times have they, like, it's like they're actually Japanese, right? Like, you know, they're very bigoted and they're racist and they're everything that isn't, like, super nationalistic. Right? They're very hateful. Which is funny to say, but it's also kind of true. It's like a lot of other people. And if you go back to even Punk Hazard, which I talked about, this was 100% a draw plotline. You can see it in Zoro's village master, Tashigi's entire character, what's been going on. There was obviously rampant sexism and stuff like this within Wano, with their beliefs towards women, how they shouldn't be able to do this, that, and the other. Go look at Yamato's character design prior to when she became an Odin clone, and that was a dropped sexism plotline. So the people of Wano did not get better. So when you look at this entire scene and how it's not handled, it does not matter if there was an intended pun here, and for it to not be, you know, not be the main focus. It's like, what does your brain go to? What does the story not address? What is at the forefront of this pun? It's one, it was in bad taste, but two, the story didn't do anything with what was laid out before in regards to the Kurazumi. These are the major reasons why it's bad. You have an entire history of people being treated badly, and then, like, you know, there's no, like, coming together. It's a statement saying that they were born to burn, and, oh, Orochi's gone because he got burned alive. Okay. What then? I guess nothing. So you have a poorly executed pun that should have been Orochi or something. Because the Kurazumi is the family name, guys. Like, very poorly thought out by Oda, I think. So yes, Oda did not intend for this, more than likely, to come off as bad for the characters, but that's how it happens. Like, the people of Wano are horrible people, and I'll talk about this more when we talk about Wano, because there's some really shady stuff going on in the background that Oda is trying to portray as the citizens being the victims, when that's actually not the case. But this is just different propaganda. Like, this is pro-Kazuki propaganda versus what was obviously bad and what Orochi did. But, you know, the message is kind of tainted because of how things were handled in the story. So there's layers and layers to it. Also, still screw Glam on ruining my entire flow. Like, I had to even get the engine started back up. Man. And another thing I'll bring up is I've seen people try to point out that this is Oda intention, like this is all planned. This is how far the cope goes. That the Oda is intentionally making these people seem bad because One Piece's morality is so convoluted that even the good guys can do bad things because of this one quote from Dofi talking about stuff in Marineford. No, this is not the case. This is not how the pure good guys actually come across in One Piece. It is not morally gray. It is not intended to be morally gray. You can tell when that's the case in the story. That is not a good enough excuse. Oda is definitely trying to make it seem like everything that happened with the Kozuki is a good thing. This is not supposed to be a layered, they're ending up bigoted and oh my god, Goda, because of it. Like, these are the people on the hero's side. It's ridiculous. It's a misinterpretation of the entire story, just as a means to defend one bad scene. Like, think about everything that's happened in Wano. Everything that's happened in Wano. Like, this is not the worst thing. Like, this is the most recent thing because this was an awful way to end the arc in combination with what happened with Yamato. But, like, it's not like this was the worst thing that happened in the arc. People focus on it. But just because it's one bad thing that a lot of people are turning on and not defending, the One Piece fandom can't come together and say, yes, this was bad. Like, I'm just happy. I'm thankful that even, like, the biggest clout merchants on Twitter also couldn't, there was enough there where, like, they had to acknowledge, yeah, this was bad. Like, no matter what you do, regardless of pun or the Japanese translation, because we're not weebs and we don't know katakana and all that gay shit, like, they acknowledge that this was bad. It ends up being a pro-cycle of hatred theme for Wano. And that's exactly what happens, because what happens with the Kurozumi? Nothing. And also, let's, since we're talking about the chapter, I still have the shit here. So, the Yamato stuff. So, the Yamato stuff is one of the only things where I've seen people kind of be like, yeah, not good. And it's obviously not good. Whatever the outcome was for Yamato, in my opinion, was bad. Whether she joined or didn't join, it was going to be bad because there was not enough work done on either front to actually make it rewarding. If Yamato joins, it's not good. Yamato basically did nothing in the entire arc, had no character arc, and basically has no character relationship with any of the Straw Hats. And there's no room going into the future for things to still get done. As far as her not joining, there was not enough work done to give Yamato a character arc to not join. So it was going to be subpar either way, but the worst option is the fact that, like, there's a lose-lose, and then there's, like, a worst. So the worst situation was Yamato joining because it's not good for, you know, the crew and the story, essentially. The worst situation is that Yamato didn't join because Oda backs out at the last minute without giving a proper character to the person that he dick-teased into joining. So there's an entire writing section with Yamato completely dropped in the story. All of the potential, gone. The relationship with Kaido, gone. Did it even matter? Why did Yamato even need to be the son of Kaido? She didn't. None of it really mattered. It amounted to essentially nothing. If Orochi is dead, what happened to his fruit? Well, and by devil fruit nature, it respawned to its next closest fruit location. Whatever that fruit's supposed to be. We can start the OST right now. I've sort of laid things out at a base level. I'll go into it in more depth when it comes to the downfall videos, but that's basically all of like the random details. It's very easy. You don't have to bend over backwards to defend it. Just call a spade. Do it Matt B style. Just admit that yes, this was done very poorly and it's not a good look. That's all you have to say. Very, very easy. Hey, I was doing my thing. I'll read the donations. Hold on. Don't crucify me. Let me see here. Okay, so we had $5 from Abyssal, the boy, saying, Dritz, Film Red has a 2.9 out of 5 on the Japanese equivalent of Rotten Tomatoes. Funny how people tweet info about ticket sales with no reception. So, Abyssal, could you actually, if you wouldn't mind, whether it's in the chat or through Discord/Twitter, could you link me that Japanese Rotten Tomatoes site? Because I've been trying to find it. I had seen a lot of buzz around there being very negative reviews on Rotten Tomatoes simply because of a doo-doo and how much singing she does. But, you know, that's just the nature of the beast. But I have seen that. We had $2 from Master Groshi. Says, if Orochi is dead, what happened? Oh, I answered that. I did answer that. Let's go. What was the point of the Nidai Katetsu being introduced, Dritz? This was obviously, very obviously, a dropped plotline. The pun is only the cherry on the top, knowing that Hiyori is responding to Orochi using the name of an entire clan as a parallel to mock a single member's death doesn't make things better. Exactly. Like, it's, I don't know if Oda actually thought ahead with this pun, but it doesn't look good here. Yamato literally got more screen time during the raid than all of the members except for Luffy, Kid, and Law. A tragedy. Let me see. Did I watch Sawyer's review? He seemed pretty fed up with everything as well. So I watched the first 4 minutes. And yeah, I mean, he even said it himself that he's never felt like this after reading a One Piece arc, which is saying something because Sawyer was also in the crowd of people after Whole Cake of being upset at the conclusion of the Luffy versus Katakuri fight. So I'm sure Whole Cake actually tired him out a great deal as well. So for him to come out and say this about Wano in of itself says something about the arc in general. And it actually just blows my mind how people just can't they just can't contemplate. They can't just wrap their minds around how people do not like this arc. I've never seen like an arc get so much slobbered on for doing as little as Wano has. Yo, Satsuki. Pain and suffering, baby. Driz, it's hard to tell, but do you think Oda is happy with Wano? I think he is. And the reason I think he is I have the suspicion that Oda is aware. I think it's actually obvious that Oda is aware of negative comments around the arc, because he's essentially come out and said about the Gear 5 stuff, well, even if people don't like it, I don't care. And that's just about Gear 5, but I'm sure that extends to the rest of the arc as well. And there's also been a few other interviews where Oda has said, well, I'm happy with what I've done so far. Or, like, I'm having a blast drawing Wano. So, unless Oda is really just coping, but that kind of seems like his way of talking back to the community, which is essentially saying that he doesn't care. He's just going to do whatever he wants to do. Which, people can stand and say, oh, Oda's a mega Chad for not caring about criticism. But it's not so mega Chad when you're doing the wrong thing and then not caring. Just I'm a little worried about the rocks reveal, to be honest. Uh, okay. I would be worried as well. To be honest, in hindsight, it's like, it kind of makes sense that someone like Rocks would exist. But prior to Rox's reveal, all of the community, except for maybe a few people who had this idea, is that Rocks didn't exist. We thought that Roger was the apex of the story, and most people were satisfied with that being the case. We liked Roger and Whitebeard being the apex of the story. So when Rocks was introduced, we were like, so the entire story was about Roger, but now it's kind of not. Now it's about Rocks. Interesting. Well, we'll see how Rocks is handled, but I don't know. I'm kind of, to be honest, I have my fears concerning Rocks because I've told you guys in the last stream that I'm of the belief and concern that it'll be hinted at, not directly shown because Oda will never do this, but it will be hinted at that essentially Garp did nothing in the Rocks fight, and that will cement Garp as a fraud who got his title as a hero for essentially Roger doing most of the work. So I'm afraid that's going to be true. So I'm kind of looking at the Rock stuff a bit sideways because if you guys were there for my reaction whenever the Rock chapter came out and Garp got all of the hype off of it, I was like, oh my god, yes, Oda is finally going into Marines. Garp the GOAT took down this guy. Fire. And I was like, oh, Roger, fuck. Even Kubo said something about fans writing their own stories if they think they could do better. Yes, I actually recently saw this Kubo interview that people were talking about. And listen, it's just a bad mentality to have. If you're afraid of criticism, then you shouldn't really write. Pretty motherfucker says, Dritz, the community at large probably won't be open to criticism until he fumbles an endgame character like Mihawk or Blackbeard. I don't know if I would put Blackbeard in the same sentence as, or Mihawk in the same sentence as Blackbeard, excuse me. But that would be like something that I would expect to. I feel like Mihawk is one of those legacy characters that everyone's been waiting for a really, really long time. So if he were to be fumbled, I think it would be a shame that, if people didn't like overcompensate, people weren't like, oh shit, what the fuck? Because for me, Mihawk's very, very important to the story because he was supposed to be important for Zoro. So it's like saying like, Shanks is important to the story because doing him right is important for Luffy. The same should be said for Mihawk, and Mihawk and Shanks are important together. Uta basically has a major part in Luffy discovering his dream Drits. Is this from the movie? Because I'm never going to watch Film Red. Virgil Hawkins says, Dritz, do you agree with Fiji's take on Doflamingo's how Doflamingo's complexity was handled? And random question, but what are your general opinions on Tanjiro from Demon Slayer? So I've only seen like 7 episodes of Demon Slayer, so I can't really speak too much on Tanjiro. But as far as Fiji takes go, whatever. I have not seen it, so I'm not sure what it is. But my take on Dofi was essentially all in the Dressrosa portion. What role do you think Emu will have? Well, I think Emu's the final bad guy. I've kind of always argued that someone like Emu existed before his reveal. I argued that someone like Emu existed because it doesn't make sense for him to not exist, in my opinion. Uninspired with $5 says, "Do you think the anime will handle Wano better than the manga?" Well, I don't watch the anime, but I'm going to assume yes because they're going to flesh out things and make people's dopamine in their head, just explode with like the colors and just flashing out, making things look cooler that do not look cool in the manga. What's up, Matt? Will Elbath be skipped? So I was always of the belief that it's literally impossible for Elbath to be skipped because it was built into the story far too long as a writing promise. And I still believe that, but I give more leeway to Elbath being skipped because Oda said he was going to rethink the structure of the final saga. So if Oda's rethinking it, then that opens the door for things to be, skipped if that's his priority, but I still don't believe it's going to happen. Just by that logic, you can't criticize professional athletes because we're not professional athletes. And you see that there are actually a lot of professional athletes who basically say the same thing when they're getting criticized. They'll say, well, you don't play the game like me, so then you don't know what you're talking about. It's just, it's born out of arrogance. Did you just talk about Carrot hiding on the ship? I fully expect Carrot to be hiding on the ship, by the way. I think that will be the final fuck you from Oda when it comes to the Yamato stuff by having Carrot join the crew. Because Yamato was a fake out in the previous chapter. And in that same chapter, we had a potential sketchy situation with Carrot. So if one was followed through, then I think the other will as well. And I think that's going to make things infinitely worse because a lot of the casuals wanted Yamato to join. So by having Yamato not join and then Carrot join, I think that will be the completion of the formula to make people as mad as they could be. Just, I think an underrated problem in Wano is how CP0 was handled. They were supposed to be the upper echelon of Celestial Dragon Defenders, but they didn't do anything the whole arc. I mean, I agree. And to be honest, I don't think, I think people would just say, well, your expectations are blah, blah, blah. But prior to CP0 actually displaying what they were capable of, we had very high expectations for ZP0. We had high expectations for them because, one, Rob Lucci was in there, but just because, as you said, they were defenders of the Celestial Dragons, and they were sent to do their dirty business. So them being there, we thought, oh shit, these guys must be strong as fuck. And then they're just frauds. CP0 stocks are never going to recover from it because, in all likelihood now, Rob Lucci is their strongest, and Rob Lucci probably isn't that strong, relatively speaking. So it is disappointing for CP0 to kind of basically just be, just a bunch of dudes. I would have liked to at least one guy to just be a super insane strong person. Am I and Morge making an appearance in each other's Wano review videos? I will not be making an appearance in his review video because he wants to do it all by himself. But he may make one of mine. Sawyer posted in his review that Law is heading to Elbaf first based on a map that was posted. Oh, God. That so I'm not going to dispute whether or not this is true or not because I haven't read into the details like this. I just been focusing on other things, so I haven't been reading into the finest details of every chapter. But assuming this is true, then for me it's like, bro, why even give the illusion that they're separating if you're just going to bring them in the next arc? Seems kind of pointless to me. But it's also pointless for Oda to keep pretending like Kid, Law, and Luffy are rivals. Yo, Mugiwara Matt B, otherwise known as Bensei, says, Dritz, what do you think about Luffy and Marco not having absolutely no character interaction on panel in Wano? I think you guys just had a headcanon that didn't happen, and now you're mad at the story. Oda never promised that they were going to meet. He just alluded to it. So he can do with the story whatever he wants. How strong do you think CP0 should have been? Well, I think they should have been a mix of commander level people. Like to me, that makes sense. Like as it's happened throughout the years, and whether this is good or bad is up to debate. But the commander level stock throughout the years has consistently gone down, where these guys are not who we thought they were. You know, they aren't that strong, realistically speaking. They don't come off that way because Oda's kind of uh, handled them like I handle my dick, very roughly. But I think CP0 should have been a mix of commander level people with like one or two guys at the top that were like really, really strong. Which is why they're the people that bring out or that do the Celestial Dragon's dirty work because they're able to do it. They should still be weaker than the Admirals because the Admirals should be the peak. Maybe there's like one guy who can rival the Admirals in CP0. That might be fine. Um, but, you know, I don't think they should be like a joke. Dritz, which fellow YouTuber do you feel makes the best One Piece content? Well, well, Brian L. I don't really watch One Piece YouTubers, so I can't even tell you. Uh, I haven't consistent like the only One Piece YouTuber I've watched on like more than a few videos of in the past however many months would be Morge, and I liked Morge's videos, but I haven't really watched anyone other than him. Excellent Goat Olympics. Unironically, how people argue it is. That's how they think, guys. That's just how they think. Will this be uploaded on the backup? Yes. Yes, they will. Are Law's crew ever going to get screen time now? Yo, no. Look at those guys. Like those guys were not built for screen time. The only person built for screen time was Beppo because he's like a funny character. Those guys are all trash. It's like, when am I gonna see Heat and Wire, bro? Come on, I need to see more Heat and Wire. Like no, the Supernova's crews are ass cheeks. And instead of addressing that, Oda just had Korra say he was born evil, which is complete and utter cap. Like, oh my god. Oh, like I said in the Dressrosa video, Corazon unintentionally comes off as a shit brother, which is it's like I don't know. Like I've been saying, the more that Oda tries to add character complexity into the story, the more I think you see one of Oda's faults, which is adding character complexity to the story. It's not even the factors that Luffy went on easy on Sanji for just everything. It's also the fact that they never even explained the situation to Zoro and company on Wano. What else was under the rug? I'm like, here's the thing. With the whole Sanji whole Kikana stuff, it didn't necessarily need to be brought up in the arc if it was just handled in that arc, you know? When am I going to upload the Wano video? It's probably going to be a while, guys. Like, I don't know if any of you have ever had any experience making a video, but making videos that are multiple hours long takes a very, very, very long time. And I have been working essentially like I worked nonstop for that whole Kakame video for the most part. So the one-on-one will take some time, but it probably won't be super long. Do I think Emu will have a Zoan type fruit to contrast Luffy? If it's like a god fruit, then maybe. But if it's just like a Zoan fruit, then keep that shit in the trunk, Oda. Zoan fruits kind of suck dick. I'm not gonna lie. I remember coming into this arc, like we were all, oh my gosh, we had so many expectations for well, Zoan fruits kind of seem like they suck, but this is the arc with a Zoan crew. We're gonna find out why Zoans are actually a powerful devil fruit and why people would actually want to have that fruit. And we got Jack, we got Queen, we got King, we got Kaido, which they're nope. So I guess unless you have a god devil fruit, the Zoan fruits kind of suck ass. Oh, Gene Bart. Oh, that's right. Gene Bart. Curla says, Dritz, I know you don't rank arcs, but if you had to, what would you rate Dressrosa since you now think it's the best arc in the post time skip? Maybe a 6? 6 or a 7? Would definitely not go past a 7, though. What do I think Oda excels at more, themes or plotting? Neither. Emotion. Oh, and then it would be themes. Adrit's underusing mythical zones was a giant fumble. Yeah, the fruits that are even more rare than the Logias. But Drit's Zoans can fly. Yeah, remember whenever we found out in Alabasta that only 7 Zoans can fly? That's probably still true, but like flying is such like a non-important ability. Dritz, have you seen Morge's video on why he thinks Blackbeard won't have conquerors and opinions? I did not see the video, but I'm not mad at the idea. I don't think Blackbeard needs to have conquerors hockey. Like I wouldn't be upset if he didn't. Now this would be me speaking from a few years ago, but conquerors hockey is like I'm not gonna lie. I kind of stopped caring about conquerors hockey in general. Like it just doesn't feel that special to me anymore. But if I'm arguing from a logical standpoint, I'm not mad at Blackbeard not having Conquerors. I think that could make sense. Did someone tallied up the screen time characters in Wano? Yamato was ranked 10, outranking half of the Straw Hats, Kids, Supernovas, and I think some of the Beast Pirates. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, where do you think Carrot ranks on that panel time? Driz, would you say Wano is the worst arc in One Piece? Even worse than Secret Village and the Davy Back fight? Easily. Easily. Oh my. So, this is going to be my opinion, obviously, but I've seen, whenever I've talked about how bad I think Wano is, the most common arcs people bring up are it's worse than Secret Village, it's worse than the Davy Back fight. It's like, yes, yes, easily. Like, it's not a question for me. Like one, I don't even hate Secret Village. Yes, the arc is not good, but I don't hate it, right? The peaks of Wano are so few and so little that the bad of what this arc was compared to how important it's supposed to be easily trumps those two arcs that are 15 chapters long and 22 chapters long of them just not being, supremely good arcs. Like in the long run of things, when I think about One Piece, like I'm not thinking about, oh man, Oda really fumbled with the Davy back arc. It's 15 chapters. It's boring. There's a couple funny parts into it. There's maybe one or two good moments in it in general. Yeah, it's kind of lame. The best parts of it are its beginning and then its end. But it's not an important arc, really. So, like, I don't hold it to the same standards as I would as an arc that's trying to change the entire future of the story, which is what Wano is. Like, if we're talking about important things here. So, if the most important parts of the story are messed up, then yes, if those things are fumbled, they're worse than anything else that isn't that. What do you think about Killer somehow being cured from his smile fruit? He wasn't cured, was he? Did I somehow miss this? I don't think he was. It just yeah, I don't think he was. Do I buy the Law and Kid rivalry? No, I don't buy any of the Supernovas rivalries, guys. Like those are dead. If anything, I think Oda made it worse by having them have the same bounty as Luffy. Like we know these guys are frauds compared to Luffy. Yo, what's up, Red? Just do you believe Yamato was never intended to join or Oda backed out of the idea? My opinion is that I think Yamato was never intended to join. Like I still stand by what I said in my now deleted video of why Yamato was never going to join. Like those ideas, like the philosophy around the character, I still stand behind in relation to how Oda thinks of characters he has a higher preference for. I think Oda just couldn't be fucked to do the writing. Thoughts on Big Mom versus Kid in Law, mid or terrible? I thought it was bad. I thought it was bad. Not even mid. What's my favorite dynamic in Yotsuba? Yours is Yotsuba and her grandmother. Oh, I mean, obviously mine's gonna be Yotsuba and Daddy. Dritz, I never understood why Luffy and other characters with Conquerors don't use it against fodder at all. They seem to just be wasting time and energy against them. Well, this was an issue that's prior to me deleting a lot of the videos on my channel to make room for like the new path that I wanted to go. I talked about the inherent issue of having Conqueror's Haki in the story, which was that the logical aspect of going into war against someone with Conquerors needed to be tackled in the story, because otherwise you're just kind of creating drama for no reason. So obviously the biggest issue with Conqueror's Haki is that if you go to war with multiple numbers, then the easiest thing in the world to do is just cut those numbers in half or more so by spamming Conqueror's Haki. And but Oda, from a story mechanic, didn't do it because it would just be too easy to get rid of the problems. And Oda, more so than any author I've ever seen, ever, ever, desperately wants you to believe that numbers matter when they don't. Oda's obsessed with it. He just cannot stop with like numbers. Will I now re-upload it? I mean, the Yamato video was made like 2 chapters after she was introduced, guys. So it's like outdated. And why did I delete it? I deleted it because I was making room on my channel because I wanted to head into a new direction, and I didn't want a whole lot of One Piece videos taking up the slots in it. Like, One Piece videos that I didn't consider like iconic or like things that would be good to have on the channel. Why upload my old videos in the archive channel? If I hadn't permanently deleted them, I would. But those things are gone, and I can't get them back because once you permanently delete a video, it's you can't recover it anymore. Is Kid top five wasted characters in One Piece? Top five? Nah, probably not. Do I think Luffy's fan base is almost as toxic as Zoro and Sanji's? It depends. In general, no. But in the right crowd, yes. Because here's the thing. Most people don't slander Luffy a whole lot. But when you do, they come out of the woodworks with, like, just in numbers, in mass, saying the least intelligent things humanly possible. With Zoro and Sanji, it's kind of accepted that it's like all-out war between them. Does anyone even remember the actual numbers? I told people, like, listen, I told people as soon as the numbers showed up, people started getting excited. I'm like, guys, no. Like, you can just look at the shadow designs of these guys. These guys look like fodder. Like, they do not matter at all. But people are like, no, they're going to be sick. Okay. Thanks. Woo. Why didn't you just private them? So the reason I didn't private the video is because I was tired of having to scroll down that long to get to another video. So I just deleted them in a flurry. Do I believe the Marines will ever recover from the L's taken on Wano? So I'll rephrase this question as, do I think the Marines will ever fully change their status in the story? And my answer to that is no. I don't think the Marines will ever be involved enough to have changed their status to be what they probably should be, which is a power similar or rivaling the Yonko in terms of respect and power in the story. I do not think they will ever be treated remotely the same. Thoughts on Andrew Tate? Yo. I will save the reason why I hate Momonosuke for the Wano video, JK. Because that is something I want to talk about because I know everyone's praising the fuck out of Momonosuke, but for me, I hate him. I hate that character. Dritz, random question. How do you feel about Film Z? Do you think it's the best One Piece movie has to offer. So I have never seen Filmsy. I don't intend to. I've heard a lot of good about it. The boys were watching it at the at the B&B in Dallas, but I slept for most of it, and when I came down, I only watched like 5 minutes, and I went to go do something else. So I have not seen the movie. Is it the best that it probably has to offer? It's either that, but depending on how you what you're looking for, but it's probably that or Baron, the Baron movie about the island. Do I genuinely believe that Oda will expand on the origin of Luffy's dreams of freedom? To a certain degree, he has to. He can't not do it. It's just whether or not what he does will be good, is the question. Dritz, people criticize Wano for not having deaths, but Izo and that fat guy died, so fans use that to defend against the criticism. Your thoughts? My thoughts is that when people like that the fact that that happens already tells you which side is actually correct. Because in order to defend death, if you had to say, well, these two characters they just died out of the blue, then that means characters die in One Piece. It's a complete argument against what death should actually mean in a story. Which is, it's not just the fact that X amount of people died, it's what death makes you feel. There's no emotion or anything behind when the fat guy died and Izo. Which means that, there's no actual good deaths. Those were ticky-tacked on deaths just so that there could be a death there. They didn't mean anything. Dritz, what do you think about the art during Wano? Um, Mixed bag. I think it was worse than Whole Cake Island. At some parts, especially during Act 2. Especially during Act 2 and some parts during Act 1, it was pretty sketchy. Act 3 wasn't as bad. But the art's been, there's been hit and miss portions. Dritz, I asked this earlier, but you didn't see it. But will what happens in Berserk affect your love for the series, even though Miura isn't writing it? For the series, no. But will it maybe black put on a certain portion of the story? For sure. Like I said before, what happens with Berserk, if what happens in the future isn't good, then what the fandom's going to do is they're just going to chop it off like a severed limb. They'll say, this doesn't count, boom, and then get rid of it. Dris, do you think people are turning more on One Piece after this arc compared to others? Well, I mean, there's no think about it. It is objectively true that that's the case. I mean, that entire subreddit, Pirate Folk, was created, as far as I know, as a result of this arc. And that's never happened before in another arc. And that could just be a result of the time that we're in. But yeah, I mean, you see more people complain now than they have ever before. Thoughts on Tama, biggest plot convenience I've seen in any story. So I have a personal gripe against Tama because I think Tama could have been one of the best aspects of Wano in general. And I think Oda completely fucked up that character and did absolutely nothing with her. Tama is, for me, one of the two reasons why Act 1 was good. Because it was heavily Tama focused, and then obviously you had like the Luffy losing at the end. Oda completely butchered Tama as a character and the potential of that character. So, I have and you guys know how I feel about parenting dynamics, little kid dynamics. They're some of my favorite tropes in fiction. So I have a particular grudge against that because of how poorly it was done. Whitebeard death or Odin death? Well, Odin's death was pretty ass, so I'll give it to Whitebeard. Dritz, I had emotions for Izu's death. I hated how it seems Kiku didn't care. No, that's just no. See, that's just your headcanon, man. Kiku not caring was like Kiku developing as a character. She doesn't have to cry on screen for her family member dying, bro. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, bruh. How would you feel if Mori pulled a Murata and redrew the last few Berserk chapters? A round of applause. Am I going to make more parts to your Downfall series for arcs after Wano? The current plan is no. It will end with Wano, and I won't do anything after that. Now, that's not for sure no. If something happens that gets me particularly angry at the story, like it affects me at a level that I didn't think was possible, like my shriveled heart becomes hurt even more after seeing something happen, then maybe I will make more. But the plan is to not. Dritz, thoughts on kids involved? Oh, not kid. You said Shiki. I couldn't tell the difference. Thoughts on a canon Shiki's involvement in the story? I mean, cool if Shiki's here. Cool. To be honest, there weren't really a whole lot of expectations around Shiki outside of Strong World. So him being in the story and not being in the story is like whatever to me. Dritz, Film Red isn't canon, but I find it funny that it confirmed that Yamato wasn't going to join because the film takes place after Wano. I mean, yeah, in retrospect, yeah. Yeah, that is the case. Do I still watch some One Piece YouTubers slash reactions? No. And no. There's the most I've watched is like some Morge videos every now and then, but One Piece videos and reactions aren't really fun for me anymore unless I'm doing it on portions of the story that I like, such as like the pre-time skip. But here's the thing, and this is going to be an elitism for me, but I don't know if you guys have noticed, but this has been something that's been in the back of my mind. I don't really care about it, but when I see it, I'm like, I'm not a particularly big fan of like newer channels covering One Piece just because they know it does numbers. So they're like, oh, this could be like a new stream. This could be a new revenue stream. If I get on this, my channel could grow. And you can tell that the reactions aren't really up to par. It kind of makes me like a little not really excited for like looking for new reactions to One Piece for the parts of the story that I liked. Because I have a particular taste when it comes to live reactions. I want to feel like genuine emotion, curiosity from the story rather than just like just a bunch of like, bro, that was crazy. Shit, bro. Oh no. Oh shit. Zoro. I'm kind of looking for something a bit more than that. So, reactions on One Piece in terms of like the anime have made me like, ugh, these guys are just algorithm whores. Dritz, Tom and Luffy didn't have a moment after freeing Wano. You hate to see it. Let me see here. Reading comments. Apologies, posted this before, but it's a huge thing. If you read 1048, you will realize that Orochi never said what he said about the Kazumi curse. / fake news. Well, I think it's implied here, Gunter, that this happened after everything. Like, this was like his final words. So it was off screen, essentially. Can I upload a video of all of my old intros? Yo, what is that? All of my old intros? Dritz, would you ever branch out to novels? Would love to see your thoughts on the Song of Ice and Fire, Wheel of Time, Storyline Archives, etc. I will probably, at some point in the distant future, make some Stormlight videos. But I guess it kind of depends on, where I'm at that point in time, how the channel's doing, and shit like that. But yeah, I'm open to the idea. Am I interested in knowing what the Will of D means? Not really, and this is actually pretty consistent. I have never been super, and I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are probably the same, where it's like, if knowing the Will of D is kind of like a fun game, but it's not like I'm emotionally invested into knowing what the Will of D means or stands for. Like, I feel like parts of it have been kind of spelled out. Like, I don't necessarily know what D means as far as the word goes. Will of whatever. If it happens, cool. But I'm not, I'm not relying on it. Joy Girl said she cried when Luffy called Momo his son. Well, I mean, that's on brand for Joy Girl. She's a different breed. So, there are people. There are certain people where it's like their love is so strong that that's just what affects them. And Joy Girl is one of those people. Ardor is one of those people. They love the story so much that basically a lot of things can touch their hearts. It's not even videos for One Piece YouTubers when they start to turn and come to the right side. Yeah, I just don't really watch videos in general, guys. Like, and this is actually the case for whenever you start making content and you've been into the game for a decent while, like I've established myself, there's no longer a real incentive to watch other people's videos because you're so focused on doing your own thing. And the watching other people's videos kind of dies down whenever you're not as excited to talk about stuff or look forward into the future. So, you can see, even from my perspective, I don't really care to watch videos of, even if people if they agree with me, which, no one's ever made a video like that. But even if it happened, it's like, okay, people would talk about it and be like, hey, Jess, did you see this? And I'd probably say, no, not really. It's just, that's just where my interest is. It's kind of at zero for that. It doesn't really appeal to me. Caught up in My Hero. I still have not read My Hero for a very long time, bro. I have heard it's been going downhill, though. Shark says, critical discussion of One Piece is almost impossible to find because of that ridiculous anime reaction culture and toxic positivity around One Piece. Well, the thing is it depends on how it's framed, and it depends on what exactly you're saying. So it makes total sense that someone like myself, who is making a stance saying essentially the story is turned to shit, for the fandom to rebel against it. Because while I'm talking critically, the message I'm trying to say is pretty clear. A lot of people, when they have criticisms, if you notice this, they'll preface it with 100 things, saying, this is just my personal subjective opinion, and if you think otherwise, that's completely fine, so don't hate on me if I say this, all right? I understand people have different perspectives. I'm just saying this to get my view out there, so don't hurt me. And then they'll say something, one or two things about a story, then they'll move on to the next point. So it's very much talking, walking on thin ice. You have to watch where you step. But critical discussion when a story is in the state that One Piece is in is curious because, in my opinion, obviously, you guys know, I think the story is in a horrible, horrible direction right now, and it has been, and things are really, really bad. But when most people don't think that way, and there's a small section of people that believe that, obviously, critical discussion is going to be very, very hard to find because most people just want to, have their feelings approved by other people. That's one of the reasons why reaction channels have gotten so popular over the past, however many years, is because people can feel validated for their feelings, and they just want to keep that going. Do I watch Uzumaki Khan? I used to watch Uzumaki Khan all the time whenever he was doing the pre-time skip, but there was nothing I wanted to see him react to in the post-time skip, so I stopped watching him live react. And he no longer does videos like he would normally do. He once upon a time he was live reacting to Fullmetal Alchemist, and I watched those episodes, but then he stopped doing them. So I haven't watched him in a long time. Do I watch Undisputed? Everyone, I haven't watched it in a long time, but every once in a while. Oh, I went down. Holy shit! Let me read some of these things. Am I a fan of Stormlight or interested in checking it out? I've read the first 3 volumes of Stormlight. I haven't read Rhythm of War. Do I think the One Piece is Luffy's fruit? It better not be. What's the name of the music you play in your videos? Well, I play various ones, but the main one that I play that everyone should know is Midna's theme from Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. Do you think there's a certain answer to what is the One Piece that will be acceptable and not disappointing? Listen, this it doesn't have to be I think one of the things that is important to me when it comes to One Piece is that it's more about how satisfying is it. It doesn't have to be something that no one's ever thought of ever. It has to, the moment has to be good and the reward has to be tangible. That's all it has to be. Is it has it has to, the moment has to live up to the hype, and it actually has to be something. So that's the most important thing. I made a response to your whole cake video, but you didn't read. Well, I haven't read all the comments, man. There's a lot of comments on there, so I try to go through some whenever I can, but I haven't read them all. Flynn, I'm sorry. Dritz, why do people say it's my personal opinion? Why do people say that? Because I mean, it's I talk about this kind of like in part one. It is the shield that people use to defend their opinions because they don't want to just come out and just say something without prefacing it so that they have a way to hide back from backlash. Say my personal opinion, blah 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 blah. They're trying to say that to ward off criticism. Totally Marcus stated some very tame negative opinions in videos, but then his entire comment section will focus on these short negative comments. Yeah, of course they will. They'll take the one negative comment because that's the thing that stands out. Everything else is just pure yeah, give me that. But when one thing goes wrong, people will be like, huh, what? What did he say? Take that video out of context and let's frame the entire thing around this. Happens all the time. That's what gets That's what gets views. That's what gets people engaged. Unfortunately, is the spiciest thing. Adrits, I saw that TCB scans respond to the criticism of the Hiyori quote, and they say the dialogue in both translations, there is barely any difference in what Hiyori said, the Copa's hard. And there is, like, no difference. Like, the Viz was, like, not different at all. It's just copium, guys. It is just copium. People are so afraid to admit Oda could do one thing in an improper way that didn't make them cry, or, like, Oda-sensei, itsumo arigatou! Can I shortly explain why I dislike Odin? Um, I don't want to go into too many details, but I think he has the worst flashback in the entire series easily. Not even a debate as far as I am go. He's the pillar of Wano, and he's a complete failure. And him being bad heavily affects Wano. Plus, I think the way that Oda incorporated Odin in the story is really bad. Have I read any of Sanderson's works in the Cosmere? Yeah, I read Elantris, I read Warbreaker, the first Mistborn trilogy, but that's about it. Oh, no, Glam, you're my Midna. Have I watched Tebow? I have not. I've seen him in the reaction compilations, but I haven't watched him myself, so no opinion on him. Do I get copyrighted for the Midna's theme? Yeah. Yeah, I do. But, I mean, I said this in the first downfall video, but, guys, I'm not monetizing these videos. Like, I'm using copyrighted material, and half of what makes the videos take so long is that there's like a 5-hour copyright checking process that goes on after I upload the video. And that's where all the companies come and monetize my video so they can make money off of it, because I'm not monetizing it. Dritz, it's possible for One Piece to recover in time, assuming Oda intends to end in 3 to 4 years is true. Listen, anything's possible. Oda could randomly return to his prime, and then, there could be as good as there could be ending to how fucked up things already are. That's entirely possible. What do I think of Robin and Wano? Buns. Buns. I don't think Robin was good. I know people like wank her Black Maria fight, but I think that fight's pretty dick. I think it's way overrated. And outside of that, what else does Robin do in the arc? A whole bunch of nothing. Thoughts if One Piece is the journey? Well, I'm pretty sure Otis explicitly stated that it's not that. So if it ends up being that, then we got a problem. JD Legend is getting beat up for that right now. Yeah, I know. I've talked to Jay about it, and that's just how it goes. Like, and people act like Jay's been on like the same fence as a lot of the other Wano critics. Jay does not like Wano nearly as much as other people, but he's not as ridiculously cruel on it or like hard on it as probably he should be. But even then, just like the little bit of just stepping out of line will get him slap on the wrist. Spoiler alert. What do you think the theory by Arter that theorizes that the One Piece is sake? Is there more context to this? Is it just alcohol? That's it? If so, if there's no like other thing to this, then in my opinion, that is pretty ass. Dritz can't wait for you added me and said Dritz can't wait for Dritz to make his Wano, his great retrospective. It's gonna happen. Would I go on RTTV's podcast? Probably not. I guess it would depend. I would never say never. I don't really know who they are, but I know Braga played one of them in Smash. Do I think Toei could take my stuff down if they wanted to? For sure. I have not read JoJo yet, Kong. I plan to read it though. Let me see. Yeah, I know Oda said he wouldn't beat Kaido with a punch. That happened, but this is kind of like of a different magnitude. If like the One Piece is the friends we made along the way, and Oda explicitly stated it would be a tangible thing, and it's not, then listen, One Piece will go down the moment that happens. I just don't think it's likely to for such a thing to occur. It's Bink Sake. That's what artist's saying. So the One Piece is Bink Sake. Nah, I'm good on that. Will the shards go to Marijoa? Probably at some point in time, yeah. Would One Piece having its own Boruto like spinoff be the cringiest thing ever? Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it'll be more cringe than Boruto. I feel like it's hard to get more cringe than Boruto. I mean, it's literally Boruto, Naruto. It's like the same characters. The entire series is quality, like revolves around the legacy characters. It's hard to get more cringe than that, unless like the Boofy stuff comes true. And listen, if I'm jinxing it, then listen. I'm sorry, guys, but like it's even hard for me to believe the friends we made along the way would be the Oda's answer to the One Piece or shit like that. It's the equivalent of like that, something like that. It's got to be tangible. It's got to be an actual treasure. Let's see. What Zelda game would you suggest to a Zelda hater such as myself? I've played Wind Waker, Breath of the Wild, and Ocarina of Time, and you hated all three games. Well, okay. Well, what about the games didn't you like? Because I mean, a lot of Zelda games are basically the same. Do we have any idea where the crew may go next? Whatever island was on that log pose, obviously, and then probably Elbaf is going to be my assumption. What do I think of Shiryu killing Fraudhawk theories? That theory is a droppable offense. That is like of the same ilk as Shanks' evil stuff. Like that is droppable offense. Do I watch other people's reactions to my videos? No, I don't like listening to myself talk. I do that enough of that when editing my videos, so I don't like listening to myself talk in reaction videos. Besides, most people that like react to my videos, I can just talk to because I'm friends with them anyway. Thoughts on Sen busting it wide open to frauds like Kishimoto? Hey, minimum 8 out of 10 according to Sen. Am I looking forward to House of Dragons? You already know it, Bao. Shit, I know you're gonna be on there jacking it. Is Shanks being related to one of the Celestial Dragons? Does that make sense? Yeah, that's been like a theory for a while. So yeah, it makes sense. Do I agree with King of Lightning's tweet? I guys, I've been streaming here. I don't even know what his tweet is. Even if it came before my stream, I have not seen this tweet. Dritz, do you hate the God stuff in One Punch Man because of what happened with Garo, or do you just never liked it in general? No, the concept of God and One Punch Man is awesome. Like that's like the hypest shit in the story. I really, really hated what happened with Garo, so that's my issue with it. God and One Punch Man, fucking hype as shit, bro. Whenever he got onto the moon, whoo, sheesh. It was literally what happens in the anime. Like that shit. Like instead of going black to white, it went black to white to color. Like that's hype. Thank you, Judge Shiryu. Killing Mihawk is definitely droppable. Guys, this is a legacy character. Like, Mihawk's important. You can't have Zoro's fucking dream get offed by Jay Leno and then expect the fandom to be happy about that somehow. Like, that shit is so trash. You want to see Zoro fight Mihawk again. It doesn't matter how much it makes sense in the writing. It's just such a bad idea that the idea is actually just bad. So if you do it, there's nothing you can do to make it better. It's just bad. So let's see. Okay, says Dritz, Wind Waker. Woo! Hold on. Wind Waker was fine level wise, but mediocre. Breath of the Wild and Ocarina of Time have clunky gameplay, and Ocarina's level design is painful to me. The level design in Ocarina. Hmm. Well, I don't think any of the other 3D Zeldas are going to do it for you then if Breath of the Wild, Ocarina of Time, and Wind Waker didn't do it for you. Hmm. To be honest, the only thing that you may want to look to Arcanum is if the 3D Zeldas aren't doing it for you, then maybe look for some of the 2D editions. King said Wano is good. Ugh, oh my. Well, I'm not really surprised he said that. King has very particular tastes. Just between Game of Thrones and Attack on Titan, what do you think got the worst ending? Well, I have not read Attack on Titan past the time skip. And as far as Game of Thrones go, I know what happened in the season 8, but I've never actually seen Game of Thrones outside the first episode. But in a nutshell, It's probably hard to be worse than Game of Thrones. We'll see about Attack on Titan, though. Literally in the vid, you say we won't see anyone go after the title of the best swordsman, and that's bad. Now you say it'd be done for Miyako to get beat. Yeah, because if Shiryu is the first person to go after it, like Tayuya, it's a very simple. Like we don't have to think this hard about it. If Jay Leno is the first person to go after Mihawk and then he beats Mihawk without Mihawk having done anything in the story on screen or gotten any W's and nothing to him, and they completely take Zoro's dream away, the entire premise of Zoro's character, how is that good? If you don't put in the groundwork before that, it's not a satisfying conclusion to have Jay Leno come and beat Mihawk. Very, very easy. If the story was structured completely differently and we were talking about a different author, yeah, there's an avenue for Mihawk being defeated that wouldn't be that bad. But in this story, with this author, with how everything's already gone, yeah, Mihawk being defeated before Zoro gets to him would be absolute trash. Which theory is worse, Shanks being evil or Shiryu the Rain killing Mihawk? Shanks being evil would be worse. King said the highs of Wano. Oh my god. It's not Jared Leto, SO. It's Jay Leno, the guy with the big chin. And you can kind of see why I said Jay Leno. No, wouldn't you just say that? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Tell you, yo, we saw two Okamas challenge Mihawk. Two Okamas. What are you talking about? Just playing games like Neo 2 and Devil May Cry 5, which have comparable boss quality to the Souls series, has made me realize how insane the level design in Souls is. Like, those games can't compare. The level design and, yeah, whew, give me a chance to suck off Dark Souls and the Souls series level design, and I will. That shit is peak. Thoughts on the One Piece making Roger laugh? Is it a red flag deal? At the time, it wasn't a red flag. Now, it would only be a red flag if, like, the One Piece was just a funny story or something. But, like, I think it would be a cool idea if, you know, there's a story, like, Roger kind of laughed at the fact that he couldn't do shit. And it's like, well, what are you going to do? I'm just going to laugh. I think there's more to it than just that. I don't think it's as simple as, you know, it's not a red flag for me. Do I think Big Mama's involvement in Wano was pointless? As of now, actually, yes, it was pointless. I don't think it did anything. We'll see where she goes, but if Big Mom is just brought into Elbaf, then her being in Wano was kind of pointless. Why are you against Shanks being evil? I'm against the idea too, but I don't think it's terrible. We know next to nothing about him. you don't have to know everything about Shanks' history to like the entire story is based off of the premise of Shanks is like the original hype guy. He's the good guy that Luffy's model's entire character based off of. He's the guy who's been in the background being hyped up continuously as like the good guy. For there to be an evil spin, like one of the reasons why people like Shanks isn't like the idea of like, oh, he's so morally gray. He is literally like the good pirate. Like he's the basis of the good pirate. Like even in like the prototype for One Piece, uh, there's the model for pirates was good pirates and bad pirates, and you know Shanks was always one of the good pirates. Like this is the entire foundation of essentially of Luffy's character. It would not be good to make him the evil guy. The mentor being the evil guy trope does not work in One Piece, especially with a main character like Luffy. I appreciate the Dark Souls games, but I can't play them. They're so hard. I own Bloodborne. Oh, Bloodborne. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's always kind of like the thing with the Dark Souls games is you gotta if they're too hard, then shit, there's nothing you can really do about it. So I appreciate it. That's a solid take. What's worse, Big Mom's amnesia or the mothering mode? Oh, hmm. They're comparable. I'd probably have to go reread each section individually just to compare the specific details. Amnesia was really, really bad though. Man, I better see you going in on Zoro when this Wano review comes out. Hey, Zoro will be taken care of appropriately. Dritz Oda is capable of subverting expectations for the sake of subverting them instead of sticking true to what may have already been guessed. Well, I mean, Oda has said numerous times that if people guess what he's going to do, he will go out of his way to change it so that just so that it's new. What's your opinion of shonen manga having their universes cross over as common as the Marvel comics? Not a good idea. Crossovers, in my opinion, it's like if unless it's like non-canon, then it's probably not a good idea. Am I surprised that Pedro actually stayed dead? Not really, but you know, it's part of me was like, "You've done it with everything, so maybe with this one." I'm not surprised, but there was like, you know, how bad could it actually get Hopium? Let me see. What's your opinion of? Okay, I already read that one actually. Woo! How is Shanks a mentor? He only taught Luffy one thing. It's not about like is he a trainer? It's the role of his in the story. Like he's the main like figure for Luffy in the story. It's Shanks. He's like the mentor guy, the big guy in Luffy's life. It's more about the role than necessarily exactly what he did. He mentored Luffy in terms of Luffy's ideology. If you want to argue it that way, Luffy got most of his ideology from Shanks. Oh, my previous mention was a recommendation. Yeah, I've heard good things about Neo 2 and just Devil May Cry in general. Speaking of just like the Soul series, I'm actually kind of bummed out. My favorite video essayist didn't make a video on Elden Ring. I was really hoping he would. Matthew Matosis. Uh, I was hoping he'd make a video, but he didn't. It feels bad. I just have to go back and continually rewatch his 6-hour Dark Souls commentary. Such a fucking goated video. When do I propose the Wano video will release? It kind of depends. So, I mentioned before that I'm thinking of the directions I need to go for the Wano video. From the last stream, there was debate on whether or not I should separate Wano into two parts. So part one, the idea for it is part one would be the Reverie, Act 1 of Wano, Act 2 of Wano, and then the Odin flashback, leaving the second Wano video to be everything else. Because it might be too long if I do it all in one. So I thought maybe a better way of consuming it would be in parts. What do you guys think? Should it all be in one, or should it be in parts? Let me see here. My top 5 favorite Naruto characters. Uh, well, Itachi, Pain are going to be up there. Probably Sasuke. Um, Hell, Naruto. Well, Naruto bar the ending of the series. Yeah, what's up, Marlon? If you saw more plot importance from Jinbei, would your opinion on Shanks' role change? No. 1 or 2, 5 parts. Jesus. Mota says part one, Wano acts 1 and 2, and flashbacks part two. Okay. Yeah, the reason I thought that doing it in 2 parts might be better that way is that so I wanted to make sure that like each version of Wano would have enough stuff to talk about to be interesting, so people would actually want to watch it. So that's why I included the Reverie in Act 2 and then Odin's flashback in the theoretical idea for a two-parter. Because that at least gives enough spiciness to talk about. Because obviously most people are going to be interested in like the raid stuff. The first 2 acts of Wano are dealing with a lot of stuff that people have honestly probably forgotten because of how much it dragged and how things developed. But I think they're very important to talk about because that's honestly where things started to go awry with the arc. And obviously Onigashima is going to be fucking long as shit. And another reason I want to separate the 2 parts is because alongside Onigashima, I'm going to be dealing with the conclusion of like the Downfall series in a way, where I just talk about like overall thoughts on everything that we've kind of gone over so far. 3 parts. Odin from until Luffy gets onto the roof is enough material for the video on its own. Well, there's enough material there. It just depends on like I said, it's I want the content for each section to be of relative similar quality. Obviously, what happens at the ending of the arc is going to be probably what most people are interested in, but the build up is important. So I don't want it all to kind of like all of like the good shit essentially to be weighed in on one option. How long the Wano video might decide whether or not to split it. Yeah, and that's something I won't find out essentially until I start writing it. But I'm just theorizing essentially right now, which is logically speaking, um, I'm probably going to go over Act One very fast. So Act One shouldn't be longer than maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Act Two might be a while though, because there's a lot of stuff in there. You didn't like the Reverie? If you remember how I thought about Zoe, Reverie is very similar. Like there are hype parts of Reverie. I think we were all in the moment. We were all very very hyped for the Reverie, but the Reverie is an arc that has kind of continually gone down in my mind as the plot has developed and as everything has been off screened. Even though off screening may make sense, I think the off screening of the Reverie came at a very, very bad time in One Piece, where off screening actually has a severe negative consequence for reader enjoyment as opposed to on screening. I think that the way that the Reverie was written makes off screening a bad strategy in terms of moving that plot forward. There wasn't enough payoff to anything. It was all just the beginning, and all of the cool stuff got off screen essentially, which I'll talk about in depth. But yeah, I have mixed opinions on the Reverie. If Elbaf is just as bad, or if Elbaf is just as bad, or even the Final War, would you continue the Downfall series? I find it very hard to believe that Elbaf could be anywhere near as bad as the last two arcs. But theoretically, if the final arc of One Piece was historically bad, uh, maybe, maybe. Like I said, it would depend on where I'm at emotionally with One Piece at that point in time. Because one of the points of like the Downfall series is kind of to get this shit off my chest, because it's important for me in my relationship with One Piece, considering how much I love the story, right? So it's important for me to like get this off my chest so I can sort of move on in a sense. So it will depend on like what exactly Oda does in the final saga, where because here's the thing. If the final saga ends up going badly, I mean, there's no debate in my opinion. It's easily worse than Wano. We're dealing with like quote unquote the most important aspects of the story and the ending of the story. That is more important than anything else we've covered so far, from just a logical standpoint. So if Oda really really fucks it up, that would mean that multiple things would have to go bad in multiple ways. So I could potentially come back for the ending of the series. Would any of the Straw Hats rank in your top 20 favorite characters in One Piece right now? So, like, here's the thing. If we separated the characters in the pre-time skip and post-time skip, so I don't have to like consolidate how much I hate them now versus how much I love them. If we just do by like my feelings of the Straw Hats and the pre-time skip, then a lot of them are going to be near the top. But if we do like how I feel right now about the Straw Hats, where I literally don't care about them as characters and I think they're all pretty bad, then I don't know if I'd be able to take my opinion, my like what I felt for them in the pre-time skip and be like, yeah, they're still like, maybe they're not number one, but they kind of they're floating around at the 12 to 13 spot, considering how much I hate them now. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I don't know if I'd be able to like say that about that without having my emotions get in the way. Do you know Young Ripper 59, the creator of Ripperverse? If so, I have no idea who Young Ripper 59 is. When did I start reading One Piece? Probably around, let me think, 2014, I want to say. Which Straw Hats did you like more the post time skip? Well, Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Robin. You know, big fans of those characters. Just I don't think Naruto worked that well as a representation of hard work overcoming talent even before the Ashra bullshit because Lee already existed and Naruto was more talented than him. Opinions? Well, I don't agree with that because, the argument that you're essentially making is that Naruto had to be the most talentless person in the story for the theme to come across well, which isn't the case. I think it is actually something in of itself that there was someone who was less talented than Naruto in the story, but was able to get to the point where he was. If anything, that's motivation for Naruto to become better himself because he sees someone in a worse situation than himself that he can rise above it. He doesn't have to be the worst at anything for the theme to come across. So I'm going to disagree with you there in that specific scenario. Dritz, what is something that you think is a must happen for you in One Piece? Does that even exist anymore for me? A must happen? I guess the few must happens are Luffy meeting Dragon and Luffy. Luffy doesn't have to meet Shanks, but he should meet Shanks. And Usopp meeting Yasop. And Shanks and Blackbeard fighting. Mr. Talkabout says, "What's the most laughable take you've read on Wano?" For me, it's people saying the arc is better than Marineford. Well, there are a lot of takes. You'd have to get in specific details, but when it comes to ranking, a lot of people think this is the best arc in One Piece, which is, in my opinion, an insult to One Piece. Dritz, how do you feel when you hear people deflect Wano criticism by saying pre-time would have gotten the same criticism if it was weekly? I mean, it's that's exactly what it is. It's deflecting. It's like, well, that doesn't handle the criticism at all. And would One Piece have been more criticized if it was? I mean, One Piece was still weekly now, but if it had the same audience it did now, but we're in the pre-time skip weekly, would it have the same criticism? No. Like I said this before, but there's a reason why things are different now in One Piece than they were before because One Piece is at the stage in the story that it is right now, which is it was past the most dramatic part of the story into the part where the story promised something different, which is the time skip. Can Oda redeem himself by killing off some close allies of Luffy to show we are in the endgame at Dritz? I mean, he could do that. I mean, I'm not expecting him to do that. Do I think he even does he necessarily need to do that? In most stories, I would say that's the case, but I wouldn't say it's mandatory. Fair enough. I still don't agree though. So, well, hold on, wait, Virgil, why? Like, so I'm not talking about the pre-time, just regular Naruto before Shippuden, but why is Lee existing and Naruto being more talented than him not still not a representation of hard work overcoming talent? Because I don't really understand that. Can Oda redeem himself by killing us in close? Okay, well, I just didn't see that. Luffy doesn't have to meet Shanks. Okay, then Zoro doesn't have. No, no, no. Luffy meeting Shanks and Zoro meeting Mihawk are not the same to me. Like I said, Luffy should meet Shanks, but there's an avenue in the story already set up between Blackbeard and Shanks who have a long history with each other, where there is the potential benefit of Shanks having been offed before Luffy meets him. That is possible. Is it the best route to go? Absolutely not. But is it possible? Yes. And it could work in a certain type of way depending on how it's written. The same does not happen with Mihawk and Zoro because there's no other relationships in the story with Mihawk. So it does not work. Plus, the specific dream. Luffy is not going to fight Shanks in a serious way to prove anything. The only way I see Shanks fighting Luffy is if Shanks is testing Luffy to see if he's ready. They will not legitimately fight. Like, in terms of, like, you're the bad guy, I'm going to beat you up. They could fight, like, in a serious manner, but not in the manner that we're usually accustomed to. Is Beckman going to be another forced first commander, a Zoro with no substance? Probably, yeah. What do you think is worse, Naruto and Dragon Ball series resurrecting dead characters versus One Piece's reluctance to kill characters? Hmm. This is hmm. I'm gonna say resurrecting characters is always going to be worse than killing them because not killing characters can work depending on how you write it. It's just that the one of the reasons why the reluctance to kill characters stands out in One Piece is because of how badly Oda writes. Do I think the implication of Luffy being a Joy Boy reborn takes away his agency, his achievements are not due to his strength, but because it was meant to be this way? It could be that way. It depends on what Oda does with the whole Destiny stuff, because One Piece can't end without Luffy having confronted the possibility that everything was predestined. And if it's not handled in a particularly good way, then that will be the entire collapse of the series. Do I think Oda will do Straw Hat Romance end of series? Yeah, I think it's possible. End of the series is always the cop out for most of these shonen authors. They don't have the courage to write real romance, so let us do end of series stuff. Do I rank one? Wait, do I currently make Wano negative 20 out of 10? Like on a 1 to 10 scale, like it'd probably be like a 1 or a 2. What is our number one problem with Wano? Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. Emotion. There's no emotion. I heard the stream will not be uploaded. What the hell are you talking? Light skin? God damn it! You keep making me say your name. The stream will be uploaded onto the secondary channel once it renders in HD. That you can be sure of. Do I still think it's possible to change my mind about the series? Um, it depends what you mean by change your mind. One like I love One Piece, but I will never, no matter what happens in the story, I will never love One Piece again. Oda has already lost me. It doesn't matter how good One Piece is in the conclusion of it, I will never, ever love One Piece again. Oda could, I could think better of the series than I do now, but I will never like or love it again. What's the archive channel called? 1 second. I'm getting it, boys. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. That is the archive channel. You won't love One Piece because you refuse to, or because Oda isn't capable of making you love it. It's a bit of both. This part of One Piece, 10 years of One Piece not being good, will like that. That's it for me. There's no redemption in a sense. Like I can become more accepting of it, but I will never redeem it. That's just my personal way about it. I know a few other people are the same way, but that's just the way it is. Like it's too late. It's too little. Too late. I'm out. If I can go in the past and stop Oda from writing a major plot point, what would it be? My God. If I could go back and change a plot point, what would I change? Whew. I would probably change Act 2, what's done with Luffy and Udon, or the Odin flashback. It's one of those two. I meant change your mind as in you realizing post-time skip One Piece is actually better written pre-time skip. Yeah, I don't. I'll never say never, but at least when it comes to that, it's probably never going to happen. Virgil says, I like seeing things like Lee and Hinata's determination drive Naruto get stronger, but it never felt like hard work because the key, being the key because most characters, no matter how talented they were, worked hard. The only exception was Gara, and he beat Lee. I mean, there are levels to working hard, but I kind of get what you mean. Dritz, have you noticed that mangakas generally don't end their mangas in a satisfying way? If so, what do you believe the reason would be? Strict deadline, Japan's work culture? Well, I talked about this in part one. Most stories that are long running do not end in a good way. And as a matter of fact, most stories don't have a good ending at all. And there's a lot of reasons for that. When it comes to mangakas, there's a variety of things that can probably come into play. One is deadlines, work culture, company executives telling them, "Hey, end the series before this point in time, or else." There's authors not really knowing what they're doing, not having the series planned out, and not being able to work that into a deadline. It's usually a culmination of a lot of things. Time getting the better of people is another one. Dritz, I don't think some people understand you can't redeem yourself from some things in a story. Like I don't care if God Himself writes that there's nothing Boruto can do to make my mind up about it. It's like I don't know. I'll try to relate to something where you may hate someone in real life. Like let's say someone really did you nasty. Like they did something that is so irredeemable that like it ruined everything that you had in common with this person, your entire friendship or something. Like let's say like you had like your girl or something, and your best friend fucked your girl, and like and that you found that out, right? So your friend just broke your entire everything about you guys to like have your girlfriend cheat on you by by fucking him. Like there is at no point in my life, if that were to ever happen, that I would ever be cool with that person again. No matter if they matured in the future or this happened because of some bullshit, that will never ever happen. On principle. Now I can maybe not hate that person in the future. I can get over it, be in the same company as that dude. But I'm not. We're not going to be boys anymore. Ending a story well isn't easy. Yeah, ending a story is way harder than people give it credit for. Most people don't have their stories planned out for ending, so they have to come up with it on the fly. That's just the way writing works. $5 from Shironeko. Do you think if Wano would have been what it promised to be, you would have regained your love and never lost it? If Wano had been what it promised to be, then I probably would have. Yeah, I think it would have helped me recover. Because, like I mentioned, Wano was my second breaking point. Like after Whole Cake Island was my first breaking point. But then the Reverie got me hyped, and Wano made me see potential. And then once that went away, it was over. Do I think Cosmere stories have good endings? Generally, I like most of them, but just starting Stormlight. I wouldn't. I would say more of them don't have good endings than they do good. To be honest, I remember I didn't really like Elantris' ending. Mistborn's ending I was meh on. Um, Oathbringer was meh on. Actually, I would actually probably say I didn't like it more than I liked it. Um, Wave Kings, good, and then Words of Radiance was good. That's a weird comparison. It's the first one that came to mind, bro. Is it a coincidence that Naruto and One Piece stories took several blows after a time skip? Probably not. Both authors probably realized that they had to think of some way to try and end the story. Do I think Oda hearing about Berserk, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Golgo 13 authors dying put the fear into Oda to finish the story sooner? I'm sure there's fear on Oda. I mean, he's not a young man anymore. I feel like the more that Oda realizes he's aging, the more that he becomes concerned, which is why I feel like it's part of the reason why he's trying to get this done sooner rather than later, so he can actually go enjoy his life. Even though he loves drawing One Piece, I know that, but there are other things that he wants to do. And one of his recent interviews were like his author notes saying about how he's jealous of the Straw Hats being able to go out and have fun while he can't do that yet. It actually it made me think more about that because like I don't think Oda would have said this in the past. It's very obvious Oda wants to go and see the world and just do what he wants to do, be with his family and shit like that. So. As he's getting older and his kids are growing up, I'm sure this is something that he's thinking about more and more and more. It's only natural. Posts are going to go crazy. You're right, Harveston. 10 pounds from Shironeko. Would you have wished there to be this inner conflict in the crew between Zoro and everyone after Hokigan, or should have Luffy handled Hokigan? Do you ever thought about it that deeply? I think either could have worked. Like, I don't have I wouldn't say one's better than the other as long as it was just handled. It was set up in a way where both could have worked. Because Nami said, let's not handle it now, we'll do it later. So it's like, it could have been later in the arc or later in the story. Do you think the One Piece live adaptation executives and producers will go down the same route of not killing characters or making characters survive in a BS way like Pearl, Pound, etc.? Um, I mean, they would kind of have to wait. They would have to get that far. I mean, Pearl, whatever. Pound. I mean, yeah, they'll probably stick to the story. Dritz, why people hate Chopper? I've seen several YouTubers say this, including Jay. Really? Is the idea of people not liking Chopper that strange of an idea to accept? Who's my favorite character from the first Band of the Hawk? So not including Guts, not including Casca, not including Griffith. Obviously, it'd be Judo. Judo's the goat, undisputed. We all must recognize how good Judo is. Just interesting take on the endings. I can see it. Well, I mean, I think it's like it's this more or less that's just the case. Endings are hard. The industry's pretty brutal, which is why it just really sucks that endings are so important to a series that they're all most of the time the thing that gets fucked up the most. How bad for you was Kaguya taking over as the big bad in Naruto? So, like, there's a lot of things that kind of matter here, which is the idea and then the execution. So, I don't even like the idea of Kaguya even existing in the story. I don't care if there was like a three panels alluding to it. Kishimoto could have kept that shit in the dark. I feel like Madara was built up way, way more to be the guy. He was the guy for a long period of time. But the biggest issue is just how it happened. Like, you know, if there could have been a way more natural way of Kaguya being in the story other than destroying the hype man of the story and just, you know, well, here he is. Here she is. Boom. Fuck me. Could have been way better than that. So it's one of the worst things to have happened in any story I've seen, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I've never seen another story do that. That's how bad it is. And normally when bad things happen, you can compare it to something else, but like Kaguya happening is the only comparison it has with itself that I can think of. Self-improvement says, yes, it is strange because at most you'd figure they'd be indifferent. Hate is a lot of emotion for a character who does basically nothing. So there's a different connotation to it. Like, everyone has their own things. Most people hate Chopper because of his mannerisms, how he's used in the story. You know, he's just like, ah, Luffy, no way. But for me, there's an added pain to it. I've talked about this before. Chopper reminds me a lot of Puck from Berserk, which was Chopper had the promise of character. He had a potential. He had things that he'd done, and it was all thrown away for him to do nothing but look cute. That's the issue, is that Chopper wasn't just, like, he wasn't just merchandise. Chopper was cool and cute. He had it, but he had both. And it was the combination of both that made Chopper cool. That's what made him even more cute. Is because he had periods where he was cool, he had a character. Drum Island is great. And that was all sacrificed just so he could be merchandise. Which is why I fucking hate him. Because I will always be reminded when I look at Chopper of what he could have been, what he should have been, and now what he is. Madara was built up since Sasuke retrieval arc. No one gives a fuck about Kaguya. Exactly. Exactly. Kaguya's return is genuinely the most infamous part of the Shonen Jump series. Cannot think of anything, can't think of anything else who hates that type of plot twist. Yeah, it's very, very infamous. What? It's so infamous that what we all call the emu reveal. Like we like, oh, we hope it's not a Kaguya thing. Like it's its own pop culture thing within like manga, Kaguya. Yes, I mean, how much of what Oda said in an interview where he, like, the voice actor for Chopper made him want to make Chopper not a character, it's a completely wild fucking statement. Like, that is so ridiculous. Well, damn, did you make a good point? See what I'm saying? Like, a lot of us are on the same level. If you ask all of, well, not all, if you ask a majority of, like, the YouTubers who hate Chopper now, did you hate Chopper in the pre-time skip? Most will say no. They liked Chopper, they thought he was okay. It's only in the post-time skip that turned into hate. It also doesn't help that Chopper got one of the worst downgrades in designs I've ever seen. If Kaguya was an amazing character, how do you think the reception would have been? I mean, I don't even know if there was time for that to be the case because she just kind of came in and then was fought and then defeated and the story ended, bro. Like for something like that to happen, you need more time in the story. Like even as an idea, it's still just bad in my opinion. Worse than Frankie? They're comparable. They're comparable, but for me, I choose Chopper as the worst because like for me, Chopper's not even cute anymore. Chopper was cute to me in the pre-time skip because he was an actual reindeer. What the fuck is he now? Look at him and like, is that the same creature? Take a look at Chopper, bro. What the fuck happened to him? Jesus. He shrunk. Is there a plausible way for Oda to make the Straw Hats realize all their dreams in real story time? Yeah, I mean, quality to be determined, but there's a way. No, I want to send you Chopper merch. Oh my god. Please, no. Kaguya is the JRPG God Final Boss summoned by the real antagonist out of nowhere, no character, only power. Yeah, that works better in RPGs because you don't really care about the story as much, depending on the RPG. Drift, it's funny that pre-time skip his reindeer form looked more badass because his hat covered his eyes to make him more serious. But post-time skip reindeer, bro, his hat, even, oh my god, Chopper used to be, oh, Chopper. Come on, man. Fuck. Poor Chopper, bro. God damn it. Yo, oh, Monster Point ruined. Oh, Kung Fu Point garbage as shit. Oh, he doesn't even have Brain Point anymore because he doesn't have a brain. Nothing about my man is cool. He lost the trees, bro. Fuck. He's not even a good doctor. Fuck. See, that's the thing. Is another thing I'll tell you guys because most of you guys don't remember or weren't there. Is that I have a soft like I have particular soft spots in my heart for specific characters. I am a fan of like the pet characters. I like them. In most stories that I read, I love them. My namesake, Dritz. Dritz in the Dritz stories has a pet character that is goated. Yeah, love it. One of the reasons why I love the dynamic. Puck, loved Puck, liked Chopper. I like Sanderson, Sylph. I like pet characters. I will always like them. So whenever I see characters that have promise and they get fucked up, it's just like, oh, Jesus Christ, dude, come on. What about the Smiles plot point? I don't know. So to be fair to the Smiles plot point, if, like I'm going to defend it a little bit, but I'm also it's not a good enough defense. The whole curing Smile stuff, as far as I'm aware, was never explicitly promised in the arc, but everyone had expectations for it. And if everyone had expectations for it, then that probably says something. Puck or Chopper? Why I said Puck. I mean, Chopper reminds me of Puck. Puck is better than Chopper to me, which is why it hurts me more that Puck got absolutely ruined in Berserk. I loved Puck. Puck was my guy. Dark Lord Dritz says, J Wit demand. Oh, demand. Dark Lord Dritz, Dark Lord, Jesus Christ. I watch your downfall of One Piece videos over and over. When I'm bored, man, you make way too many good points. Each video should be at 1 million+ views. Oh shit, yo, I got a hype man in the chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is it. I've been waiting for this. Yo, thanks, man. This is like the counter to Flint. I got my hype man in the chat. Let's go. Do I have any of the cosmic leather-bound books from Brandon Sanderson? I do not. Dritz, do you think Itachi's devotion to Konoha and hidden goodness was a retcon by Kishimoto? It could have been. It's kind of hard to say because prior to us really getting to into the Itachi stuff, we didn't have the best read on his character. So any of those could have been true. That could have always been the case for Itachi, or that could have been something he thought of on the spot and was like, "Oh, that's a really good idea," and then it worked because, Itachi was barely in the story. Dritz, so was Law the only character to come out of Wano unscathed? I don't remember if you majorly criticized him. I don't think. Like, here's the thing. In my opinion, Law does not have a particularly good showing in Wano. Like, Law has a couple scenes where it's like, oh, that's cute. Like when he mentions Corazon or something. He's got Corazon's. He's got his drip. Like, oh, that's cute. But as far as other things go, I think there are some things that were very clearly dropped for Law in this arc. I don't hear people bring it up, and I'm not going to reveal it until a little later when I talk about it. But I think there was clearly a drop plotline with Law in this arc that should never have been dropped. Additionally, I think Law has one of the worst power scaling upgrades in the entire story, easily. That awakening shit, no. Ridiculous. Do you think the One Piece community would defend it if Emu Kaguya Blackbeard? Yeah, I think they would. I think they would. Because I was thinking about this before with how different communities interact. I don't know if there's because of how big One Piece is and how One Piece has become bigger than the story itself. It's a lot about the community and just talking about how good One Piece is. I don't know if I feel like they would always defend it to some degree. There'll just be more people that break off from the herd. Dritz, do you think that Hunter x Hunter and Naruto are better than One Piece in terms of consistency? Oh yeah, easily. I well, that's mainly because of the post time skip's fault. But in terms of consistency, yeah. In terms of peaks, I don't think they're the same. Remember when Hawkins and Drake were cool? Yeah. Yeah. Remember when people were hyped about those characters and cared? Me too, man. Can I draw the next thumbnail for your next One Piece stream? Yeah, go ahead. Draw it and at me on Twitter or something, and I will use it. Do I think Wano will end up being the longest arc of One Piece, or I just see another arc reaching its length? So obviously we know Oda's not going to be exact on the mark about One Piece lasting another 3/4 years. It's going to be a little bit longer than that. So yeah, I think the next arc will probably be longer, unless unless, and I'll put an asterisk next to this. I could see the final saga of One Piece being shorter than Wano if Oda literally got exhausted from writing this arc in terms of length. And he intentionally made the next arc shorter, like the final saga shorter. 5 from Ufochi Tho. I have a gut feeling that Oda is going to fumble Im in the Gorosei. Are we far enough in to say that Oda's already fumbled the Gorosei? Is that something that's fair to say? Because how... Surely they're fumbled still. Surely. With the Nika stuff, Im to be determined. Gorosei, I feel like there's no way you can recover from their idiocy at this point. Maybe if they deliver really, really well on something else, maybe they can recover, I suppose. Peak Hunter x Hunter greater than everything. I'm, yeah, Hunter x Hunter, nah, not for me, man. I like Hunter x Hunter. I enjoyed the series, but I gotta say, the peaks for Hunter x Hunter don't do it for me like the peaks for Naruto and One Piece. Yeah, I'm still going, Glam. What's up? Listen, Glam, it's not every day that how many people are still watching? Listen, I still got over 200 viewers, Glam, all right? This is rare. But I'm probably going to end it soon because my voice is actually giving out. Well, JK, the thing with the Mother Carmel stuff in Wano is it's entirely dependent on it's entirely dependent on if Big Mom shows up in Elbath because Big Mom is more than likely alive, and if she's alive, then the only reason she would be alive is for her to get completely folded in Elbath, in my opinion. So we get another arc with Big Mom. Oh, fucking God. Oh my God. I talked about this before, but oh my God. Big Mom is going to have the fucking three-peat. Whole Cake Island, Wano, Elbath, helping ruin all 3 arcs, bro. Fuck that character. Oh my gosh. One of the worst. Jesus, Big Mom. So ass. Wow, you don't like Hunter x Hunter? That's a surprise. No, I like Hunter x Hunter. It's just that I'm not enchanted with the series. Like, I never liked Hunter x Hunter on anywhere close to the same degrees that I liked One Piece or Naruto, as an example, for like other shonen. I like Hunter x Hunter. I enjoy it. I am going to read it when it comes back. but you know, it just never reached those peaks for me. I never got as invested into the story, and I never got as emotional. There are two moments in Hunter x Hunter that I got really emotional that I will always cherish, and you guys already know what they are. It's the Alaka moment, and then the Meruem stuff with Kamugi. Great, love it. I can go back to it each time and appreciate it. But as for the stories overall, it never reached the highs for me that the other ones have. Just as one of the longest arc you've read, I think this is a precedent that arcs shouldn't be as long as 150 chapters, especially if they're not ready to tackle. Well, the longest arc that I read would be the Naruto's Fourth Grade Ninja War, which I believe, is like 220 fucking chapters or something like that. I don't know if there's an arc that exists that's longer than that. Now that I'm thinking about it, there probably is. I just haven't read it. Flint says, I actually love watching your downfall videos because you pick up on the little details that I haven't on my reread through, but you just interpret it so differently than me. Well, Flint, I'm gonna give you some credit, Flint, because I know you disagree with a lot of things that I say, but it's admirable, it's impressive that you're able to get value out of it. Because if us seeing the series so differently, I feel like for most people is like the breaking point in terms of whether or not you enjoy something. So for you to be able to get joy out of that different perspective from yourself is, it's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, man. Dritz, what's a One Piece defense that's so nonsensical that it's made you laugh? Well, they're usually like the roulette defenses that you'll see from people that really don't know what they're talking about, or like can't form sentences without looking at other people's opinions. There's like well, Oda's already done work for 20 years, so you shouldn't say anything bad about him. Why don't you go write your own story? LOL. Bruh. The things that have nothing to do with like the argument and is just like the straw mans. Those are the funniest ones because you know that these guys don't think. I at least respect people who, even if I disagree with their take, that they at least come out with something that's more than just, you know, thin veiled insults, essentially. Sen, oh my God, Sen Bleto. Jesus, Sen, where are you coming back? Come on, man. What's going on? Stop being in Fiji land, bro. The boys miss you. The fourth grade Ninja War covered only 3 days and 200 episodes. Almost half were filler, lol. Actually, let me see. How long was the fourth? I'll look it up. Naruto, fourth grade Ninja War chapters. Narutopedia. Jesus, that's hideous. But does it not say at the beginning? What the fuck? Why is it covering the episodes? Give me the... Oh my gosh. God damn it. Why is the first thing a CBR article, bro? God. Shit. Do I have to actually look at this? Do they even know how to count? Let me see. What is this? Fourth grade Ninja War climax? 80 chapters? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, the whole arc. What are they doing? Oh my God. these guys. Oh my fucking god. Let me see. Chapter 516, if you're reading the manga, says a Reddit comment from a year ago. Is this what I have to go off of? Oh my gosh. Dude, are these people stupid? Okay, guys, listen to this Reddit thread question. In what chapter does the war arc begin? R slash Naruto. Here are the comments. Chapter 516, which is what I read off. The war begins in episode 262. 13 in episode 262. Oh my god. You kidding me? Oh my gosh. My boy Sen had a quick question. What do you think Oda was actually trying or actually thinking when writing that Hiyori scene? Because like it's so say this is good. What did I think Oda was trying to get across with that scene? I really think he was just trying to give Hiyori a moment for the citizens of Wano that just entirely relies on the pun. I don't think he gave a shit about the context. I just don't think Oda really thought things through. I think he was just so engrossed into making that pun that he just said it be damned. Was this the moment that Oda was waiting for to draw by the way? Was Hiyori saying born to burn? Is this what Oda was waiting for? Because what else would it have been? I don't know. Full Ninja War was 167 chapters. Okay, there we go. Finally. Finally. 167. All right, that's a lot different than 220. So I was off by, like half the series. That's fine. It was really long though. It was really long. The fourth Great Ninja War was a mistake. I mean, yeah, kind of. Zodek, are you trying to set me up? So Zodek donated £5 saying, "What's my opinion on Arter as a person and as a content creator?" What is this? Are we trying to start a crew battle? Like, what's going on here? Why are we asking this? I mean, I'll answer it because there's not really a whole lot to say. What's my opinion on Arter as a person? I mean, he seems like a fine person to me. I don't really know him that well. I don't really talk to him. We kind of live in different spheres of influences. He's a young buck. I saw recently, actually, I'll talk about this, but I saw recently that when Arter went onto the Shank Summit onto King of Lightning stream on Cole Requiem, that he just, he got an introduction into what it's like being in a discussion with people, and he got universally shit on in the comments. He's a young buck, so he needs to learn how to, what talking with people in a conversation is like, which we all go through those moments. As far as the person goes, I think Arter is just someone that really, really, really loves One Piece. To the point where, he loves it so much that, that's kind of what his life's about, which is fine. So, as far as a content creator goes, I have never seen one of Arter's videos, ever. So, no comment on that. But, he seems like a fine person to me. We just happen to disagree on our opinions on the story, which is that's whatever. He's a bit awkward, but that's just how life goes. Just I think that the Hiyori scene was the final scene that Oda was hyping up in interviews that he was planning to draw for a long time. I think it might be. I think that might be it. And no, I don't think it was Gear 5 Big 3 fanboy because he said like the ending of the arc. Like that's not like the epilogue. I think this might have been it. I think that Hiyori's entire character was for this moment and it ended up being what it is. Does Oda think that puns are the height of writing? I don't think Oda thinks that it's the height of writing, but there are certain things as a creator that like you just want to draw that moment that maybe that has like a bigger personal satisfaction to you as a writer than it does for the story. So, how many chapters was Chimera Ant? Ooh, I don't know. It might be longer actually. Yo, Sen, shut up. You gotta at least donate for me to answer that question. I'm pretty sure what Oda wanted to draw was the Shanks scene. Well, are we sure about that? What like here's the thing with the interview that came out about like the executives like asking Oda to draw Shanks into the arc. I mean, it's pretty clear that Shanks was not supposed to be in this arc. So I don't think that was the moment Oda was looking forward to for a long time to draw, right? There's no way that could be it, unless I'm misinterpreting everything and kind of mixing things in details together. I assumed it was the fireworks scene. Oh yeah, it could have been a fireworks scene. That seems like something Oda would like more. Do I agree that the worst of One Piece is worse than Naruto and the best of Naruto is better than One Piece? I do not agree. I think that well, it kind of depends. Um, no, I don't. I mean, like as long as the Fourth Great Ninja War exists, the worst of Naruto so far will have been. It just because it's the ending for me is worse than the worst of One Piece. But I think One Piece is worse for a far longer period of time than Naruto was. Yeah, what's up, Zatan? Was Green Bull a mistake? In my opinion, the problem is that it's just the execution, guys. Is the way Green Bull was executed, I think, is lame. I certainly wouldn't have done it that way, but you know, fuck me, I guess. What are your thoughts on Skip Bayless as a person and a content creator? Okay, that's actually an interesting question. As a person, from what all of the people closest to Skip have said, is that he's a beautiful fucking person. But he is the world's biggest hater. There is no hater bigger than Skip Bayless. Yeah, he's just abysmal. But that's what made him his fortune. Skip is way better when he's talking about something he doesn't have a personal agenda against. Do I think I'll make any Naruto videos among your review videos? Oof. Um, It's possible. I won't say no. It wasn't. I don't have it planned, but I do plan on rereading Naruto at some point, so maybe it'll come with that. I might mid-diff Skip. Hold on. Let's give Skip credit. There is no way I'm mid-diffing Skip when it comes to the hater department. Skip has been hating on LeBron and doing it on national TV for like since LeBron came into the league. You got to give this man his like. If I had been doing this since One Piece began, and for like I never liked One Piece or something, then maybe. But like Skip's a millionaire because of him hating on LeBron. Like he's way more impressive than me. Thoughts on Elon Musk as a person? Elon seems like a fucking asshole to me. DM sent. All right, let's see this. Okay. Oh, these are actually nice. Okay. All right, let me know which one you want me to use, and I'll use it. Dritz, how does Naruto time skip compare to One Piece time skip? I think if we compare up until Wano for One Piece, Naruto up to Pain would be around where the comparison would be made. So we're comparing Naruto, including the Pain arc, and then One Piece. I mean, this is like a low diff. I think the Naruto post time skip to the Pain arc is easily shitting on One Piece. I don't think it's even close. Thoughts on Jay as a content creator and a Mario Kart player? Yeah, Jay. Fraudulent. Jay isn't as fraudulent as Senetto is at Mario Kart, though. Use all of them? Even if what we're talking about isn't related to the thumbnail? No, Sen, no, Sen. You are not getting away with this. You are such a fraudulent Mario Kart player. You just always talk shit and don't back it up. You're a fraud. Top 3 consistently my ass. Am I planning to write a story one day? Maybe. Maybe. I guess it kind of depends. So I'll probably attempt to write a story one day, depending on how things go in real life plus with this channel. I don't expect, even when I start reviewing other series, I don't expect this channel to grow at all. I don't expect the videos to get a whole lot of views. So this channel will probably stay this size for the rest of for the rest of time, I'm assuming. So I probably won't ever need to like prioritize this channel over, when it comes to like money making or passions. So I'll probably try my hand at a story at some point. What are your thoughts on Shannon Sharp as an analyst? I think he's better at pairing with Skip than Stephen A. personally. I actually agree. I think that Shannon Sharp and Skip have a really, really good pairing together. Guys, I just got a text asking, saying the following: is your member not as hard as it used to be? Add 3 firm inches in minutes, guaranteed. Click on this link. You guys think that's worth it? I win so many times. It's true. Sen, what are you talking about? You win so many times? And Bao's right. Bao is more consistent than you, Sen. Bitch. Are they fraud Smash players too? Well, Sen we already know is a glorified fraud. All right. Fraud on Smash. Jay is also a fraud on Smash because he's like wishy-washy. Depends on what moods Jay's in. Oda versus Kishimoto 1v1, who wins? Well, we're going to have to ask Sawyer because Sawyer saw Kishimoto in the bathroom. So he can tell us what he's packing, and that will determine who I think wins. Thoughts on Bao as a content creator as a wife? All right. Bao is obviously a dog shit content creator. Now, as a wife, I think that Bao would actually be good. I think that Bao would flourish as a stay-at-home dad or mom. Who do I main? In Smash, I am a Donkey Kong main. Bao, hold on. Like, don't dot me. I've seen you in person. Like, that ass wasn't made for, you know, being out there working. That ass was made for the couch. All right? That ass was made for the bed. Okay? You talk about it a whole lot on the timeline, but, you know, just throwing it out there. The fact that Jay only wants to play 1v1s makes him a fraud. That is true. Gross. Oh, come on, guys. Grow up. Come on. If you had seen Bao like I saw him, this wouldn't be like a, hey, yo, what are you talking about, bruh, emoji, you know. If you saw him, you know, all I have to say is, guys, even if you can't see Bao like I've seen Bao, follow Bao on Twitter, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Do I think Oda foreshadows as much as people give him credit for, or is it back referencing and retconning done behind the scenes, which makes it come across as foreshadowing? Listen, it's not even like I think my opinion. I think that Oda back references more than he foreshadows, but I don't like that's not a bad thing. I just think that it's funny that people just like you know they come all over themselves at the prospect of Oda foreshadowing something like oh my god, he planned it for so long. It's like no, he didn't. He just made it work because he knows parts of his series. It's like it's still fine. People are just so obsessed with like the fucking foreshadowing stuff. I mean, it's gross that you main DK. It's gross that I main DK. DK's not even that good. Come on, man. He's funny. He's monkey. Wait, so Bao is 6'7" with a thick booty and be talking like that on Twitter? Yeah? 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 Bao's got a wagon. You know, as you know, as a straight male, I have to acknowledge that. Wano goated best arc since Fullbrink. Oh man, spitting. Sabalas LeBron? Kinda, yeah. It's kind of like Charles Barkley. Or he's got a little bit of Kyle Lowry in him as well. You know, if you know, you know. Just the foreshadowing thing pisses me off sometimes because people preferred the idea that Lucci was foreshadowing who's who over Lucci drawing the comparison between Luffy and Spandam leadership. Yeah, ugh. Bao, no, own that, Bao. Come on, no. Hey, listen, you got it. You don't got to, that's a compliment. What, guys can't have ass? Is that what we're saying? Bao, you denying that? Like, come on, like I'm trying to prop you up. What if there's some like e-girl watching this and like here's that, you got a fatty, and they're like, whoa, hold on, you know? Dritz, how cringe was for you to watch the pronoun war over Yamato? Hey, all I gotta say is I am glad I was not like a legitimate content creator during that portion. That was so fucking lame. Jesus Christ. But once again, like that is something that Oda created. Can Bao make it clap? Well, I'm gonna say this potential there. I will say most of the time that I saw Bao, he was immobile. He wasn't, I didn't see him moving in action that much. So I didn't get to see whether or not that thing, pushed back. The pronoun war made me not like Yamato or want her on the crew. Arter was especially bad about that. Yeah, Arter was, yeah, yeah. I mean, we all know what happened with Arter and the pronoun war with Yamato, and just the pronoun war in general. Um, yeah, that was ugly. But once again, that was Oda's fault. Oda created that. Just need to add in the Wano video an explanation to why foreshadowing doesn't equal good, because apparently that needs to be explained. Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, like, sometimes I wish that, like, it would be hilarious to see One Piece fans defend other series because, like, it anything is possible. It's just so ironic. I see One Piece fans shit on, like, literally every series that isn't One Piece for the same reasons that they defend One Piece. Yeah, there's no consistency. What happened with Arter and the pronoun? Oh, okay. So I will explain this, assuming that this is a serious question and not you guys trying to troll about the pronoun stuff. Light skin, maybe say your name again. Fuck. And Kevin, I'm assuming these are legitimate requests and not just trying to troll me into talking about gender stuff. Okay, so let's talk about the Yamato stuff. So the Yamato scandal started whenever Yamato was referred to as the son of Kaido and a he by fodder and people in the story, and then we found out that obviously that Yamato is a biological girl, and that she identifies. People didn't think of it like this way at the time, but that Yamato identified as Odin, which is a guy. So the One Piece community took this as a Yamato is a trans character that identifies as a man to be Odin. Like Yamato thinks of herself as a man, that's why she's referred to as the son of Kaido, and stuff like that. And it was an entire gender debate within the community of lots of people being offended that people weren't recognizing Yamato as a trans character. Arter was very vehemently on the side that Yamato was a trans character. He talked about it a lot, about the katakana and kanji and shit and Japanese and blah 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 and stuff like that. While a lot of the fandom kind of recognized that no, Yamato was not an attempt from Oda to do a trans character, but that Yamato was in fact a cosplayer. It wasn't the gender that really mattered; it was the person. And that was a big debate because, as you guys are or should be aware, gender in this current day and age, sexuality is a hotly talked about topic that goes south very, very fast when it's either mocked or people don't agree with you. And that's basically exactly what happened with the Yamato stuff. The crowd that wanted to defend that got very upset at a lot of things. To this day, the spoiler providers for One Piece, the people that control the spoilers refer to Yamato as a he. So this was very ingrained into the One Piece community. It wasn't just Arter, it was like a bunch of people in the community that wanted to respect that aspect of the story. Which would have been fine if that was the case, but it was clearly, Oda did nothing with the entire trans aspect of this to actually give it legitimacy. He just kept devaluing it over time, and then, we know where that went. So this is where like the drama came from. Arter was constantly posting stuff about the the gender argument. So he was very ingrained into that, to the point that it actually pushed a lot of people off because people did not like really agree with this point of view. It wasn't like most of the community did. It was a very touchy topic. A lot of content creators avoided the topic in general just by referring to Yamato as Yamato instead of like she, he, or like, sometimes using both or stuff like that. Yeah, the wiki is full on Yamato being him. Yes, yes. You see, so there's a lot of people with influence because the fans control the One Piece wiki, right? And there's always been drama around the One Piece wiki because the One Piece wiki is not known to be it's kind of sketchy, to be honest, if you know some of the details on it. And it's always been the case of this. It's always happened in one way, shape, or form. Even with like the translators, there's always been some sort of scandal involved with them in the way that they interpret the story or provide it and stuff like that. Now, this wasn't the same as it was with Kiku, where like Kiku was like a genuine, identifies as a man sort of stuff. Yamato's was completely different, and there was a big argument on that being the case. And it's been that way essentially. It's been that way since, but it's cooled down a lot over the past, however many chapters, the year or something. Does Arter know Japanese or something? Yeah, Arter has an understanding of Japanese, and he likes to do a lot of the translating for like the VV cards and stuff that come in through the community. Now, Arter, because he's not, he knows a lot of Japanese, way more than a lot of other people would. But there have been numerous controversies concerning the accuracy of his translations and stuff like that, which we don't have to get into. But it wasn't just Arter, doing the pronoun war and the Yamato being trans stuff. That was like a large portion of the community. And when you politicize something like that, it can go south very fast. Just on the pronoun, what's your stance? You don't care cheering for the war? On the pronoun war, listen, I was always in the stance that no, Yamato was not a trans character. Yamato was always a girl due to the context surrounding it. And, you know, it's. Uh, that was my stance. I'm still on that thing. I was always refer to Yamato as a she. You can miss me with the Odin shit. If Yamato was trans, then it'd be different. Yes, Kevin, if you check the link or the link in the description for the stream, I have my Discord link there. Notice we don't have this problem with Kiku. Yeah, we did not. There was a reason why we didn't have this problem with Kiku. Now, like, people trolled, and I've trolled Kiku in the past, but like no one disregards Kiku's trans like nature. We don't care. Like, that's fine. Like, people will make jokes about like Kiku's big dick being in the bathhouse, but like that's just a joke. When it comes to the legitimacy of how Kiku feels or like, you know, what Kiku identifies as, there's no issue there because the character stated out very plainly. Yamato, it's not like that, which is why there was a debate and drama around it. If Odin was a girl, Yamato identifies a girl. The gender never mattered. Yeah, that was the entire point. As a matter of fact, Sen, he's probably not here anymore, but Sen had a good bit where he said that people are misgendering Yamato by saying they because Yamato wants to be Odin. So you should just refer to Yamato as Odin, which is actually true. Um, but you're right. If Yamato had joined, would she have been the worst Straw Hat? I know your hatred for Chopper, but Yamato would be bad off jump. So like I said, my least favorite is Sanji, so she would be second worst on the crew. Barely in front of Sanji. But yeah, for me, Yamato as a character stands for a lot of the things that I don't like about One Piece's direction and how it's been handled. So Yamato joining, not only do I don't like her character and I don't think it was handled well, but I think Yamato stands for something that I really dislike about current One Piece. Do you think the trans controversy was the main reason behind her popularity, or was it just a big girl with boobs? It wasn't just a big girl with boobs. Yamato's main popularity came from big girl with boobs, plus she's strong. It was the combination of both. She still would have been popular regardless, but she got more love because she was strong. And for me, that is indicative of one of the reasons why I did not like the prospect of her joining. What that means, what that stands for. Did I like Kinemon's dynamic with Sanji during Punk Hazard? Yeah. Like when I talked about it, it was one of the few things that I actually liked Kinemon for a little bit. I thought he had a lot of potential. I really wish that Oda would have delivered on what was hinted at with Wano through Kinemon. I think it would have been really, really good. And I think that was definitely an intention. I think that's without a doubt what was the original intention of Wano. And you can even look at it through the manuscript of what Yamato's original character was supposed to be like. And then Oda changed it. And I think that's actually one of the worst decisions for Wano in general. Oda changing it. Why did Kaido call Yamato son anyway? Well, it's hard to say, but I think based on what Yamato's original dialogue in her change was supposed to be, that it was quite obvious that at some point in time, I think Kaido was supposed to have been like the lead representation of like, or at least one of the bad guy representations of sexism in Wano. He wanted Yamato to be a boy. So he referred to Yamato as his son because he didn't want to accept having a daughter. I think that was one of the obvious roots that was supposed to be with Yamato's character and supposed to be part of the entire Wano's sexism shit. That was 100% supposed to be in the story, but then Oda got rid of it, which is, in my opinion, a huge fumble. But, yeah, it is what it is. Why did Kaido and Yamato being Onis never mattered? Well, I don't know. It was probably a drop plot point, to be honest. It was probably intended to be important at first, but then Oda just decided not to cover it because he didn't have time or something. Do I like Sanji pre-time skip or post-Fishman Island more? I like Sanji pre-time skip more than I do post-Fishman Island. Oda talking about sexism is low-key hilarious considering how he handles Nami and Robin. Yeah. Yeah. That's part of the issue. Which is why I think it's one of the worst things that Oda could have dropped. Because it's also a slight on Tashiki's character, who probably should have been in Wano anyway. Does Wano have any highs for me? The high for Wano for me is Act 1. And then I don't think there's a good high past that point in time. Why do the numbers exist? Probably an underdeveloped plot line with the Onis. Is Zoro gay? XD. Roger. Roger wasn't a high for me. Like I don't think it was bad or anything. It didn't move me at all. I didn't really care. I thought it was fine. Just even Act 1 is now worse because of how relevant yeah, I mean, listen, Act 1's worse because the rest of Wano's obviously what Wano is. But, you know, in isolation, Act 1 was good. No, I will not make a downfall of Berserk, considering the where Berserk's at, and it's not Miura. Thoughts on Odin Wink? I think the I don't think it's debatable. There is over the top Odin Wink in this arc, and considering, in my opinion, I think that Odin was handled very awful in this arc. The amounts of Odin Wink are not good. Will Zoro lead the samurais in a future arc as the followers of Oda say? Highly doubtful. Do I consider Gear 5 as a high in Wano? For casual, sure. For me, no. How do you feel when you see other people enjoying Wano? I guess it depends on the person. If for like the general audience, I don't care. They can go enjoy it however the hell they want. Like I said before, like I don't care that people like stuff. JD is streaming, by the way. Oh shit, what's he streaming? Chapter 1057 talk and Minecraft. He ain't playing Minecraft. Is the Morge Wanna video long or short? I imagine it'll probably be close to like. I'm gonna assume 30 minutes to an hour. Morge doesn't seem like the type of guy that would do long format, so that's my assumption. Oh, Dritz. Rayleigh, Kizaru, and Mihawk, rank them in terms of bounties, and what do you estimate they are currently? Jesus. Well, Rayleigh should probably have the highest bounty, considering he's the most esteemed out of all of them, to be honest. And, I mean, if I had it my way, I'd put Mihawk second. Was Gear 5 a retcon? Hard to say. It actually is hard to say. I feel like the idea of Gear 5 was always there, but what Gear 5 was might have changed over time. When's the inevitable rise of Baki series start? Oh my god. Get the fuck out of here. Do I plan on doing a Downfall of One Piece complete edition? I don't even know what that would mean. Just make a new video, but just combine all my parts into one? Probably not. When it comes to Morge and the Fourth Great Ninja Ward versus Wano, I mean, I've talked to him about this personally, so I actually know his opinions on it. But you also have to understand is that Morge was and is invested into One Piece, where he was never, as far as I'm aware, invested into Naruto. So he has a different standard when looking at these things, because he was never like a Naruto guy. Is Luffy a Mary Sue? Well, most main characters and most stories are Mary Sue's by nature. They just take different shapes and forms. What do I think of the concept of absolute justice employed by the Marines and world government? World government, completely fine. Marines, I'm not gonna lie, it's eh. I'm kind of like half and half on it with the Marines because I don't think all of the Marines are supposed to be viewed as evil people. Like even like I don't even know if a Kainu is supposed to be viewed as an evil person. Who's stronger, a Kainu or Kaido? Hey, listen, I'm gonna root for my Magma boy any day of the week. Thoughts on Robin's transformation? You mean Devil Robin? Okay. Once again, I think that transformation was ass. The panel looked cool. I think the transformation itself is ass. But anyway, I'll take about like 5 more minutes of questions, guys, and I'm gonna call it quits. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours, which is way more than I normally do. You think the world government is fine, even though the Gorse have shown to be completely incompetent? No, no. World governments. Listen, the Marines and the world government are down bad from like a writing standpoint. Like they're kind of ass, so they are not fine whatsoever. Neck to neck with Thai Part Two. Nope. Fresh white bread Marineford versus Shanks. Shanks. Jared, it's funny seeing Japanese One Piece fans also saying Hiyori's quote wasn't good. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of like one person defending it from Japan isn't indicative of like Western misinterpretation. Hmm. Interesting. When will Akainu do something other than an office job? If there is hopium left, if there is hopium left, when Akainu said they'll answer back on all fronts in the last the 2 chapters ago, if Oda actually delivers and the Marines do something that isn't just, well, we captured Boa, a girl, then there may be some redemption. Like, these Marines need to get legitimate W's, but how do they do that? Who the hell is left to get W's against? I don't know. If they get nothing, then whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Will Jay join the stream? I think he's doing his own stream. I may show up in Jay's stream, maybe, if he talks to the boys in the hall. Thoughts on the Cross Guild? I think the Cross Guild is fundamentally flawed as a concept, and it won't deliver. Because it can't. There's nothing to deliver on it. Where am I at when it comes to Boa versus Kobe? Because I know Oda probably is going to do Boa dirty, but the only hopium is that there's a bounty Oda will reveal so she can't be captured. So, I've said this for the longest time. Boa versus Kobe is probably going to be a lose-lose scenario in my eyes. The worst outcome, the absolute worst outcome for the story, and for just, women in One Piece is Kobe just gets the W on Boa and captured, and she's a damsel in distress for the final arc that needs saved. For me, that is the worst option because Boa is the last bastion of hope for like a competent, cool, strong female character. Yamato could have been one, but Yamato, whoop. So Boa is kind of like the last bastion of hope, but she's probably going to get captured, and then it's going to be boring. Do not like that idea. Really much do not like it. Thoughts on the red hair pirates wank? It was inevitable. Did the revolutionists have any ideology other than opposing the world government? We don't know because the Revs are, yeah. Thoughts on Enma? I think Enma was very poorly used in Wano. I think it actively goes against Zoro in terms of like writing and hype. Crocodile, my boy, Dritz, can't lie, favorite villain in the series. Crocodile's the GOAT when it comes to One Piece villains, alright? He's the GOAT. I don't think he'll be patched for the rest of the series. Do I think Morge is going to outwardly criticize Wano? No. You guys know Morge. Morge is going to, he's going to say his opinions softly. He's going to be very, tame about it. But he'll say enough to get his point across. Will I make a video to elaborate your thoughts on the cross skill since it probably won't make it into the downfall video? Did I upload my last stream? On my second channel, I might have talked about it in my last stream. I don't know when in that video I would have talked about it, though. But I can always talk about it again in another stream. Because you're right, I will not cover this in the Wano video because it's not worthy enough, in my opinion. What Naruto villains do you think are better than Crocodile? Itachi and Pain. And maybe Orochimaru. I want to see... Oh, and Gaara. I want to see Unleashed Morge. Hey, listen, that's what you got the streams for, guys. That's what you got the streams for. How's my second channel called? It's hold on, let me second channel. No, Itachi is a villain, but he's a redeemed villain. Like, it's a twist and shit, but, like, he was an antagonist for a vast majority of the story. Guys, Discord, yeah, Ahmed, look at the description in this the stream. You should see it there. Is Morge a savage on voice calls? A bit. Did I like Itachi's first appearance in hindsight? Yeah. I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, Kabuto was alright until, he turned into a snake. Is Gaara a villain? Yeah, he was, yeah. The entire thing is that he's another villain that, that turned good because of Naruto's influence. But he was 100% a villain. He was a good one, too. Well, I mean, technically, Pain got redeemed. Kai Close. Pain definitely got redeemed. And Itachi, obviously, was like, the plot twist is that he's not a bad guy. Yeah, Gar is definitely undisputably a villain, and he's also a goat. Everyone loves Gar, man. Gar's great. Gar was straight up murdering people with a grin on his face. Gar was built different back then. Yes, he was. Yes, he was, Mr. Sandboy. Top five strongest characters currently. Um, I'm not going to include lame things like Emu, but Shanks, Akainu, Blackbeard, Mihawk, Luffy, probably. Gar or Orochimaru pre-time skip. For me, I like Gar a lot more. I know a lot of people stand Orochimaru, and I like Orochimaru, but I was never crazy about him. Yes, Madara should have been the final big bad with the way things were written. The appeal of Orochimaru, he's just sick. He's disgusting. He's evil. Mr. Body Snatcher, Mr. Pedophile. He's raw. That's it. He's like a the thing is, I think Orochimaru had so much potential that wasn't realized. Um, but he's like a baby version of Hisoka, to me. Hisoka's the goat. Oh yeah, that was the question. Hisoka for me, neg diffs Orochimaru. Like that, I don't have them in the same conversation. I love Hisoka. He's my favorite character in Hunter x Hunter. Zabuza and Haku were goaded too. Yes, they were. Zabuza and Haku were goaded. But what are Haku's pronouns? And with that said, I'm going to end the stream. You can talk about it by yourselves. I won't be involved. But yeah, this will be uploaded onto the secondary channel, guys. I'll stream next week in the next chapter, probably. So we can be around for that. Thank you all for watching. A lot of people showing up today. That was great. Probably won't happen next week, but who knows. But thanks to everyone, and until next time.